Good morning, everyone. I would like to call our committee to order at 9:37 a.m. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intentions to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by pressing the button on the top of them. All right. Now we have the minutes of July 11th, 2025. Are there any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
Make the motion.
A second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. All right. I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide updates on activities since the last meeting. Yes, one day. Yes, dear. Oh, yep. So first we'll have Chair Valerie McCall from the Business Advisory Council.
Sure, good morning. The updates that I have should be referenced within the packet. The other thing we talked about at our committee meeting was just the attendance of the advisory committee members, because if you noticed, it's been a year and we have yet to approve the minutes. And so really re-engaging either who we appoint to ensure that the people that are at the table want to be active.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. Next, we will go to public comments. Has anyone signed in to speak to today? All right. So next, we are going to go to our Chair and Executive Director's report. Executive Director Grace Galucci.
Good morning. I have no report today other than to say we had a very successful annual meeting and glad to see all of you though that were there.
Yeah, it was a good meeting. All right, so next, we're gonna go through, the 2026 legislative agenda. I know Bev is there in the back. Good morning.
Good morning to the chairwoman and members of the committee. Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs. Let's see. This is not forwarding. Okay, there we go. So we're going to talk today about the 2026 legislative agenda, which will go before the board in December. And Grace, would you like to say a few?
Yeah, so the Executive Affairs Committee provides input into the document annually. On an annual basis, we look to update the legislative priorities, but they generally don't change significantly year to year. We do have a little bit of a different take on it this year since we have reauthorization next year at the federal level. But Bev will take us through where we are today and what kind of changes we are looking for, particularly at the federal level.
Thanks, Grace. And so we're asking today that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Again, it's the 2026 legislative agenda, and any Any consensus on updates to the 2025 agenda will be incorporated. So we'll talk about that as we go through this. So again, we want to talk about updating our legislative agenda for next year. There was a copy of the 2025 agenda included in your packet. The agenda rarely changes much from year to year because it's intended to be a high-level statement of priorities, so we don't get bogged down in too many details in our legislative agenda. That gives us some flexibility. But that being said, there are times when it's warranted to make some updates, so we'll talk about that. Now, as you know, on our legislative agenda, we have state priorities on one page, federal priorities on another page. So for the sake of time this morning, and we're going to go through the state priorities rather quickly because we don't really think we need to make any updates this year on the state priorities. We did make some updates last year, and that made sense because we were going into a biennial budget down at the State House. But that won't happen again for another 2 years. So we don't really think we need to make any changes on the state level. Now, if you see anything that you feel differently about, feel free to speak up. So I'll just run through these really quickly. The state priorities are: 1, to improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet the regional asset management needs. 2, advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. And 3, advocate for state transportation programs, policies, and funding that will improve transportation safety, air and water quality, climate pollution reduction and resilience, and economic development opportunities. So this number 3 was brand new last year. So prior to that, we just had the first 2 priorities. So just to remind you, this one is new. So now I want to move on to the federal priorities. And we'll go through the 3 that we have as of now. And again, I want to make it clear that we don't have to make any updates. If you all feel that what we have now is fine going forward, then that's a perfectly reasonable decision. But I'll give you some options as we move forward for things that you may want to consider adding. But again, this is what we have right now. Number 1, strengthen the MPO's local control of core transportation programs. Number 2, promote asset management as a funding priority. And number 3, incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism in planning and funding. So the reason we're more interested in focusing on the federal priorities today is, as Grace mentioned, we are going into a year where Congress will be considering legislation to reauthorize the nation's surface transportation law. You're all familiar with the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. That expires 1 year from now, end of December 2026. So Congress is already holding hearings and will be holding a lot more hearings and having a lot of discussion over the next year to talk about what should replace the IIJA. So some of the things so we have already been reaching out to our congressional delegation, to leaders of the congressional committees in the House and the Senate, and also responding to the Department of Transportation's request for information. They've asked states, MPOs, transportation organizations, what do you want to see in the next transportation law? We have responded. And in addition to the items that we talked about earlier on the 3 priorities that we just went through on the federal side, we also mentioned these things. Now, the reason that we have chosen these items is because they align with what our national organizations are asking for. So we work with our national groups like AMPO, NARC, and the Lot Coalition, and they have come up with their list of asks for Congress. We have aligned our asks with their asks. You know, there's strength in numbers. And so MPOs all across the country have a lot of the same concerns and issues that we have. So most of these are aligned with what those groups are asking for, although we have individualized some of the things that, that we have put in our requests. So anyway, here are some things that you might want to consider. Now, we could add these, but again, we don't have to. Increase planning funds to meet the increasingly complicated federal planning requirements and to ensure successful project implementation. Number two, shift some discretionary funding to sub-allocated formula funding to advance priority projects in the MPO long-range plans. In other words, the IIJA created dozens of new discretionary grant programs. And while some of those were great, and we appreciated those, they're a lot of work for local communities. They actually cost a lot of local communities end up having to hire consultants to write these complicated applications. So there's been a lot of thought given to let's reduce the number of discretionary grants and give more money directly to MPOs so they can fund the projects that the board has already approved in our long-range plan. So that's what that one is about. Next, reduce local match for federal transportation programs. Normally, the local match is 20%. So local communities often struggle to meet that, to come up with the funding for that match. So that has been much discussed among the national organizations. Another one is streamline the environmental review and permitting to accelerate delivery without compromising environmental protection. And there actually are some ways to do that in terms of doing simultaneous studies rather than sequential so that you can move projects along faster. The IIJA, one of the criticisms is it provided historic amount of funding for transportation projects, but a lot of those no one's seen yet because it takes so long to get those projects moving forward and actually get shovels in the ground. So, and then the last one, stabilize the Highway Trust Fund. And that's something that we have called for a long time, and to continue to include a stream of funding for transit from the Highway Trust Fund. And as you all probably know, the Highway Trust Fund has does not keep up with the nation's transportation funding anymore. It used to be basically user pays, people who pay the gas tax, the money goes into the Highway Trust Fund that pays for our transportation programs. Well, because our cars are becoming more fuel efficient, more people are driving EVs, and because the cost of materials and construction has gone up with inflation, the Highway Trust Fund no longer pays for all of our transportation programs. A lot of funding comes out of the general fund. So we're asking Congress to get more serious about looking at ways to stabilize the Highway Trust Fund. So those are just some things I throw out for consideration. If you think, you'd like to see any of these added to our legislative agenda, feel free. If there's something else you think we should add, please speak up. Or do you think, we're looking for consensus from this committee before we take it to the board in December?
Okay, well, thank you so much for that update, Bev. I guess I'll just open it up to our committee members. Does anybody have any initial thoughts? Yay, nay? Okay, Brian?
Good morning, everyone.
Is on.
I believe so. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm new to here. I've never been here. I'm an alternate for an alternate. So I'm in the community development world. We recently submitted our consolidated plan with the Cuyahoga County Housing Consortium.
I'm sorry, can you make sure your mic is?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear any.
So we recently, there we go. We recently submitted our consolidated plan to HUD for the Cuyahoga County Consortium. As we were finalizing that plan, we were told there were 17 words we were required to remove from the plan. I believe sustainability was one of those terms. So I don't know if this matters in this scenario, but I thought I'd bring that up and make you aware. If you want, I could locate those 17 words and forward them to you.
I'm really sorry, I still didn't catch.
So I heard exactly what Brian says, and I know exactly what
Okay.
Brian is talking about. But in his case, he said, in his world, he's in the community development world, and they submitted their consolidated housing plan, right? Yeah. And they were notified that there are about 17 words that you should not use in the upcoming in their plan, and he was offering a suggestion here to NOACA that may wait for consideration for the 17 words to not have included in their proposal, and maybe us as NOACA would have that consideration. And I appreciate you lifting that up because they are very similar suggestions for other groups. So for something for consideration. Thank you for that, Brian. Richard?
Thank you.
This may be for Grace. Do we know what the federal government's going to even fund next year? I know at the state, they're looking to take their capital dollars and maybe not even give them out this year and give them back as a tax cut, which is probably ridiculous because everyone will see $20 and for a one-time give back, and then we will have no capital funding for a whole year. So, I mean, do we even know what the landscape looks like here, or do we just have to go along and plan as we usually do, and hopefully it ends up having something there?
So at the federal level, we really don't know. There was an article that just popped up yesterday on my news feed that talked about the current administration rescinding grants for bicycle routes and trails that are quote unquote hostile to cars. So we're really looking at a landscape we haven't seen before. And so, to that end, I was thinking as I was reading that, is that something we want to make sure we emphasize in our request for reauthorization, that there continues to be funding for transportation alternatives like bicycle, pedestrian, public transit, and really kind of hammer that home because that is under threat right now. So we're not sure where it's going to go. I just came from a conference of my peers, and we've been very fortunate right now not to have any funding rescinded, but I want to say 80% of the people in the room had funding rescinded.
Yeah, I guess just adding to that point, do we have the just information of percentages of people, the actual numbers of people who don't have cars? Like, so I know there are some neighborhoods, like in the city of Cleveland, I represent a community where like 40% of people don't have a car. You know what I'm saying? And being able to, while, people have these varying conversations, really lift up, the need for that multimodalism, because there are real people who just don't have the traditional, if the emphasis on cars, what do we do for people who don't have a car?
Yeah, we do have those numbers. We particularly updated them with the household travel survey this year. They are in our region much higher than both the state average and the national average. So we do have some concern relative to an auto-centric environment, yeah.
Okay. Bonnie?
Can you go back to the
Yeah.
slide with all the bullet points? So the last three, I'm actually surprised that we haven't had this as part of our federal ask. They kind of seem like no-brainers to me, the reduction in local match, 20% of a large project is a lot for a local community. And then, streamlining the environmental review process and permitting process, it seems kind of like a no-brainer. We all want that to happen because, sometimes we spend more time on just the environmental documents than we actually do the, bricks and mortar part of a project. And then it's a no-brainer to ask for, our trust fund to be stabilized. So, the first two I agree with, but I can see how there might be some other people that have different opinions. But I like these bullet points, and I think we should include them. And maybe there's some discussions on 1 and 2. I support 1 and 2, but there could be other points of view from mine. So I think at a minimum, at least the last 3 are to no-brainers. Does anybody disagree with me on that one?
Yeah, yes, could you put the mic directly in
Sorry.
front of your?
The last 3 are kind of no-brainers, and I'd like to hear if anybody has any concerns with the last 3, but and then talk about the first 2.
So if anybody couldn't hear, she indicated the last through, believes they are no-brainers. She said the first 2, she could see how some people may have some inputs. And I think we had a commentary there in the back. I can't see any. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I strongly agree with the last 3 bullets. The second to last bullet can just add so much time and increase the cost. I know, and that's just generally a large conversation right now about streamlining environmental review. And I think this is an opportunity to double down, continue to push for that. Bev, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the Highway Trust Fund. And I apologize if I missed this in the beginning of your comments, but could you talk about how, what the compromise is to its stability now? And in the packet, I noticed it says continue the user pay principle. So could you talk about that a little bit more?
What was the last part you just asked?
The packet says stabilize Highway Trust Fund to continue the user pays principle in transportation funding.
Right,
Could you give
so-
a little bit more context? to
Yeah,
that?
so again, the Highway Trust Fund has always funded our transit programs going back our transportation programs going back decades. And there's a carve out for transit. So so when you pay your federal gas tax at the pump, some of that money is collected, it goes to or all of that money is collected, goes to the Highway Trust Fund. And that has traditionally been what paid for all of our transportation programs. So if you drive a car and you put gas in your car, you're paying, it's a user pays principle. So, but what has happened recently is that that fund no longer keeps up with the need that we're seeing to maintain our transportation system nationwide. People are buying more fuel efficient cars, which is a good thing, and EVs. So people are spending less on gas and paying less into the Highway Trust Fund with the gas tax. In addition, the cost, the highway, so the federal gas tax, keep in mind, has not been raised in what, 20, more than that,
30 years.
30 years.
2 years.
So as you can imagine, the price of everything has gone up quite a bit in 30 years. And what you pay in federal gas tax has not increased over that time. So there's a big gap. And so, Congress has talked for a long time, about stabilizing the Highway Trust Fund. And in the IIJA, there were some provisions about doing some demonstration projects to look at different ways to collect transportation funding. They look at, there's a number of different options. And so I think, I'm not even sure if any of those ever got off the ground, those demonstration projects. So the idea here would be to ask Congress to, okay, now's the time to get really serious about this. If we believe in the user pays model for funding transportation, then let's make the Highway Trust Fund work again. And let's figure out, is it a mileage fee? Is it a VMT? Every year you take your car in for your registration, they would look at how many miles you've driven and charge you by the mile. So no matter what you're driving, whether it's an EV or fuel efficient car or, and that could even vary based on the weight of the car or, there's a lot of things they could do. But so that's one option, is to do a VMT, vehicle miles traveled fee. They could charge, a federal fee for registration. There's a number of things they could do. And so this would be asking Congress to get serious about that.
And Bev, to be really explicit, the Highway Trust Fund up until about 2010 did pay for all transportation projects across the country, both the interstate as well as more regional projects. In about 2010, we started losing value in that fund. And so what's happened now is that the general fund, so your general income taxes, are now paying for transportation, probably to the tune of 40%. Where the trust fund is only covering 60%. So we can no longer say it's totally a user fee driven program. It is now being funded by general fund as well. And that really jeopardizes projects and programs, particularly around public transit. Those public transit dollars come from, out of the 18 cents that Bev mentioned, it's 3 cents. And so you can imagine that the buying power is less and less. And if you're talking about the support of the general fund, transit is usually the first one under discussion to remove from the trust fund to make it more whole. So we have to also be careful that when we say stabilize the highway trust fund, we have to be really clear that we are not suggesting by any means that public transit be removed from it.
Absolutely. The other thing to keep in mind that's nice about having the Highway Trust Fund fund our transportation programs is that it's somewhat insulated from the general, like the regular appropriations process in Congress. So for instance, right now, the government's shut down. A lot of funding has stopped flowing, but because a lot of our transportation funding, like Grace said, maybe about 60% does come through the Highway Trust Fund, that money continues to flow. So that's guaranteed funding for transportation programs. So it does sort of keep it off of the, out of the appropriations process. So it's less subject to the whims of, congressional, year-to-year decisions. So we think it's a benefit, but it needs to be shored up somehow. And we need to figure out how we're going to continue to replenish that fund so that it meets the demand before us.
Jose.
Thanks, Chair House. I agree with Bonnie about those 3 points. And also, I recall that when Secretary Duffy was testifying before THUD, he had even talked about, speeding up transit projects and, and removing the barriers that reduce costs as well. So, I mean, that's just affirming something we've already heard the Secretary of Transportation say that he wants to see accomplished. So I think that politically that seems very viable.
Anyone else? I guess I will circle back to Brian's point. I don't know who would evaluate that, you know what I'm saying, just what he said. But I mean, have there even, I guess that's a question to Grace and Bev, have you all heard anything similar about certain words not to be used in upcoming applications and things of that nature?
Yes, actually, we have been dealing with that all year as well, with executive orders, particularly the executive order that talks about equity and DEI. So we have had to modify applications that have gone in, as well as, that the last board meeting had action related to our policies on those executive policies that include words that are no longer permitted based on the executive orders. 17 is more than I think we have, so we need to look into specifically the words that you've got and make sure that we're in compliance. And then we'll take a look at that. But yes, we've been working on that.
Okay. Yes. Valerie.
On subject, but slightly different, and I'll admit I have not studied this yet, but I just got an email while I was sitting here to participate in a call to go over the unified certification programs at the federal level, where they are making current DBEs re-register and recertify, and they are changing the criteria. I think this is something that we should look at because it is going to impact it's going to impact a lot of the businesses that do business here in the city of Cleveland currently, and then the impact nationally will be substantial. But it is calling for, it's the interim final rule which removes race and sex-based presumptions from the definitions of socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. But more importantly, if you're recertifying, you have to prove 5 points. You have to demonstrate that the owner is socially and economically disadvantaged based on his or her own experiences and circumstances that occurred within American society and without regard to race or sex. So if you're MBE or DBE, that's going to impact. You have to include a personal narrative establishing the existence of disadvantage by a preponderance of the evidence based on individualized proof regarding specific instances of economic hardship. And I won't read all these, but you have to cite how and to what extent the impediments cause the owner economic harm, including a full description of the type and the magnitude. State how and to what extent the impediments cause the owner harm, what type and how, and include a personal net worth statement to your personal narrative. And you have to state this, how this impacts you today. So if you're an MBE, FBE, woman-owned business, and you are marginally successful, right? You may have hit a threshold of where you may be making a few $100,000 a year, which in the scheme of things, when you back out business expenses, may not be that much. You have to show how you're impacted today. One could say you're not impacted because you're in a situation where you're getting some contracts and you're getting some notoriety. So on behalf of the Small Business Committee, I think that we should make sure we take a look at this and see if there's a bullet point or two that may need to be added before we approve our final submission.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do have another presentation coming up, so you have to listen to me twice this morning. So besides this presentation, to talk about our legislative agenda, I'm going to give another one talking in general about government affairs. And that is one of the slides that I wanted to discuss this morning is that those new DBE rules. So, but you raise a good point is, should that be addressed here? And I would sort of leave that to the committee to advise on that.
All right, are there any other thoughts, concerns? All right, can I have a motion to approve the proposed 2026 legislative agenda? Oh.
Just to be clear, are we including these 5 points?
Yes,
Okay,
I mean, no one has said anything
okay.
outside of that.
Then I will make that motion.
Okay, may I have a second? Thank you. Are there any other further discussions? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Okay, now we're going to other presentations. First up, we'll have our public affairs report from Danielle Render.
Morning, Madam Chair and the Executive Affairs Committee. So there's no action requested. This is just a presentation for discussion only. So when we talk about public affairs, we always like to add that our function is the conveyor of information, context, and insights to external and internal audiences. And they're always aiming to enhance the understanding of our agency and the policies that are affecting our stakeholders, our partners, and the public at large. And we're always actively seeking to elevate our presence and mission throughout the region. So some of the work that we do with the priorities that you approve is always about the visibility, the engagement, and awareness of the work at NOACA. And so for every quarter, we are now going to present some updates on the work that we're doing. So there's two parts of the public affairs. There's the internal operation that is really about the management, planning, and coordinating of those activities. It focuses on how we get the work done and who's responsible for delivering it. So for these public reports, we're going to be talking about all of the public facing deliverables, visible products, communications, and engagement that reach our stakeholders or media and the public. And
Hey,
some of those
Danielle,
areas,
can you speak directly into the
I'm
mic?
sorry.
No, I know it's something about like these mics having to be directly in front, like not to the side, like literally right in front.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Uh,
Is that
lit-
better?
Can you get closer? I know that's a lot on a public.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I need to go back, I will. But for the most part, these are the areas that we would be reporting on. Media relations and communications, our marketing, visual, digital mobilizations, community affairs, public interactions, our public policy, and public comments. So when we talk about our quarterly action reports, I'm going to talk about some of the key areas. Our second and third quarters, we're going to be looking at brand management, evergreen messages, and promotional challenges like our air quality, Go Carbon Commute. Our public engagement, we've done quite a bit on the long range plan, the Transportation Improvement Program, and also our OWP. But we also are going to do a little bit more for the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. And the CCAP is completed, but once it's finalized, we'll start delivering and deploying some of those messages that comes out of that plan. And there's always the advocacy messages and program announcements. So looking back at our first quarter, we had an increased visibility across all of our digital and print platforms by 8.1%, as well as our key messaging and visual identity standards were 2.6%. And we had one major partner, which is the Cavaliers Holdings. And so when we look at our social media, our impressions were over 110,000. We reached over 30,000 audience and viewers, and we had over 10,000 engagement. For our first quarter, we also looked at promoting our Commuter Choice Awards and our Clean Air Challenge. We work with WKYC Channel 3 and Crane's Cleveland Business to get those promotions out. And so we also, our executive director and CEO, talked about our annual meeting and luncheon. So that helped us get a lot of brand identity, promotion, and advocacy about the work that we do, and even the discussions very related to the priorities of the agency. And I mentioned our major provider and partner. We are working with Cleveland Cavaliers, with the Cleveland Monsters, and the Cleveland Charge. And so we will be sponsoring ads and video spots at every home game of these two teams. We do have our first activation zone where we're working with the community and giving out information about NOACA, and that is next weekend. So we hope to see you there if you're going to go to the Cleveland Monsters game. And this is a promotion that we have. We're tweaking it a little bit more, but it'll give you an idea of what would be seen next Saturday. And that would be seen on the Jumbotron at every home game. And there will be 3 different versions. So we're talking within the second and third quarters, our paid advertisement. We did very well with billboard and radio ads, really non-traditional type of work that most government agencies do not do. but we've been very successful. We will be working with Lamar Advertising and Outfront Media on pedestrian traffic safety messages that will come out in October through December. We've been working with Odyssey Radio with 8 stations, and we're going to include iHeartRadio. And by the end of quarter 3, we're looking to have up to 25 radio stations with messages about NOACA and directing them to go to the website. Our Go Carbon Free challenges, we have 3 every year. So there's March and August and October. And so you'll see more to come in regards to those and really during our Air Quality Week and Bike Month in April and May. Those paid advertisement in the second quarter, we do have TV ads with WKYC, which is Channel 3, and WJW, which is Fox 8. As you see, there's a social media clip, and Fox 8 News has 1.7 million social media followers. So this helps us whenever that's the click, it goes back to our website, and we have those impressions, and we could track to see who's on our website and what they're interested in. We also have an opportunity to be an air quality sponsor. We have done that before with WJW, Channel 8, Fox 8, and we're looking to do that again in our next quarter, and working still with Crane's Cleveland Business to promote our external affairs forums that are coming up. So I mentioned some of the air quality challenges. The Lake Erie Challenge is going on right now through October 31st. And we are working with WKYC, and this is the ad that is being aired right now. And we have another clip that they have. They have a segment called On the Go. And so in March, our sponsors, which is Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority, University Circle, Bike Cleveland, and Lake Tran, and they feature NOACA and all of our sponsors in different segments. So we will continue that as well. So some of our public involvement and outreach, our focus areas on community awareness is really in our community affairs area. So we're going to be launching a lot of those campaigns to educate the residents on all of our programs and policies at tabling events, and just really leveraging our media coverage and speaking engagements and strengthening our partnership to raise regional awareness. And some of those ways are hosted external affairs forums. We are developing the next sessions for those and enhancing our digital and engagement throughout all of those campaigns, and even our overall and updates to better navigate the website. We have a lot of information that's on there. So those are some updates that you will see, better navigation to get to a lot of the work that we're doing. And all of this is part of a measurable impact. So you'll be able to see in the quarterly reports what types of increased community engagement and participation has occurred, and our growth and the visibility and brand recognition. And looking ahead for our third and fourth quarter, capacity building and advocacy initiatives, expanding our digital media strategies, and again, new strategic partnerships for broader regional impact. And so this, again, will be quarterly reports, but we're always interested in hearing from you if there's any opportunities for collaborations or any additional work that you would like to see us doing as part of the fiscal year priorities.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Danielle, for the update. Any thoughts for Danielle? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll have our government affairs report again by Bev Burzloff.
Good morning again. And thank you for your input on the legislative agenda. I'll incorporate those points and we'll take a draft to the board for their December meeting. So thank you for all that input. Just gonna quickly go through some of the things that we've been working on in government affairs since your last meeting. No action is requested. This is for presentation and discussion. So I'll start with federal updates. Here's the elephant in the room. The government is shut down, federal government. Region may begin to feel some impacts if this lasts much longer, especially government employees who aren't getting paid, and some of the nonprofits that get funding from the federal government may start to feel those impacts. For the most part, US DOT funding is not affected as of yet because the Highway Trust Fund, like I talked about earlier, has mandatory spending and reimbursements that continue regardless of whether there is an appropriations bill that's been approved. Also, advance appropriations from the IIJA continue to fund some projects and programs. Obviously, critical safety services continue, so air traffic controllers, TSA, they continue to work, although there have been some slowdowns at some airports. And one thing that we might see impacted, that some of your communities might see impacted, is the activities surrounding discretionary grants. The staff that approve those, that review those, that coordinate with communities on those grants, some of those staff are considered non-essential and may not be working now. So just keep that in mind. Quick update on some things from US DOT. As Grace mentioned earlier, yes, they are canceling some bike pedestrian safety projects that they deem hostile to cars or that impede vehicle capacity and speed. So that is something to be aware of. We're concerned about that. We're monitoring the grants that have already been made in our region. If any of your communities or you hear of any grants that are being clawed back because of some of these issues, please reach out to me and let us know, or let Grace know, and we'll follow up and try to see what we can do to help get that funding flowing. So, so far we haven't heard of any. I know a lot of other regions are seeing some of their funding clawed back. But let us know if that's happening to you. In addition, as Ms. McCall was stating earlier, US DOT issued a notice that there was an interim rule requiring changes to the DBE program. So as she said, DBE certification now will be based on social and economic disadvantage, not race or gender. Effective October 3rd, DBE goals are suspended until recertification process is complete. So every DBE in the country that works with US DOT has to go through a recertification. Current and pending grant agreements may be re-examined to ensure compliance with these new priorities. And keep in mind, there may be some legal challenges filed about related to this. So this could all be in flux for some time. It just creates a lot of uncertainty going forward. We will follow guidance from the federal government and from ODOT. And ODOT has reached out to us, and we'll be working through their process with them. Again, as I mentioned earlier, surface transportation reauthorization talks have begun in Congress. The current law expires end of September. So we have submitted priorities to US DOT, to our congressional delegation, and to the committee leaders in the House and Senate. And again, these are the same things that we just talked about earlier. These are some of the items that we have emphasized in our outreach to Congress, what we would like to see in the next surface transportation law. And we will be incorporating some of these into our legislative agenda. Just want to mention on federal funding, there hasn't been a whole lot of activity. The grants, the number of NOFOs has slowed way down even before the government shut down, and now it's even slower. There have been some recent grant awards, and we were happy that the city of Cleveland won that $960,000 planning grant for the Cleveland North Coast Connector Multimodal Hub study. And we supported that application. And also the city of Cleveland had a grant recently obligated for almost $60 million for the North Coast Connector that came through the infra program. And we also supported that grant. So there is some good news. In terms of what's open now for grant opportunities, the Federal State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail, that grant program just opened that provides funding for rail safety to enhance or establish passenger rail service. So mostly for implementation projects. So if you have a service development plan and projects within that are ready to go, this would be a great opportunity to apply. They've released quite a bit of money in this round. And then also coming soon, we're hearing that the SMART grant program will reopen. Now, the catch on that one is they're only taking applications for entities that received stage 1 grants through the SMART program. And I think in our region, City of Cleveland is the only entity that got a stage 1 grant. So they would be eligible for stage 2 implementation. But not much happening on the federal funding side. I will remind you, as I do every time, that we have a funding resources webpage on the NOACA website. Please check there regularly for updates. For a while, we were updating it constantly when new funding opportunities were opening, seemed like every week. Lately, again, that has slowed down, but you can always check. There's a link there if you want to request a letter of support from NOACA, and there's a link to our IIJA strategy. On the state side, we continue to work with an organization called Ohioans for Safe Streets. They're developing a legislative proposal to provide greater local control and context-based flexibility for speed limits within their own city limits. This group is continuing discussions with the Ohio legislature, ODOT, local elected officials, and other interested parties. There was just a meeting down in Columbus last week with several members of the state legislature, and they're developing the bill language now. This issue seems to just continue to become more important to our communities. It's an article today in Cleveland.com about several accidents that have occurred recently, school kids riding bikes, getting hit by cars, which is tragic anytime that happens, obviously. There have been a couple school crossing guards hit by cars recently. There's another story, I think, today in, where did I saw another one in another publication, but it's getting a lot of attention in the region. So we continue to be active on this issue, and I'll keep you apprised when there's legislation that is ready to be introduced. We continue our advocacy on passenger rail to try to improve passenger rail opportunities in the region, so that our only opportunity isn't to catch a train at 4 in the morning or 3 or 4 in the morning downtown Cleveland to go west to Chicago or east to DC or New York City. My associate, Andrew Bean, who works with me in government affairs, he was able to attend the annual conference last month of the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission in Kansas City. Andrew was the only Ohioan in attendance, which is great that we had representation. As you may know, we urged the state legislature to rejoin that organization in the recent round of the transportation bill consideration down in Columbus. The legislature declined, despite the very small amount of money that would have entailed. So we continue to push, though, to keep Ohio and to keep, in particular, our region, Northeast Ohio, in the spotlight, to coordinate with our neighbors in other states in the Midwest. We're looking at some new ideas now for ways to advance passenger rail. And hopefully by the next meeting, I'll have some more concrete information to share with you about that. But we're not giving up. We may not be getting as much support as we would like at the state level, but we are going to continue to push that priority forward, and hope to work with some of you on that. We did comment recently on the Ohio Rail Development Commission. They just adopted their new 4-year state rail plan. And while they mentioned passenger rail, it was not as strong as we would have liked to have seen that. So we reaffirmed our commitment to improving passenger rail. We encouraged the state to continue advancing 2 corridors that were chosen through the Federal Corridor ID program. The 3C&D, which is Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati, and Cleveland, Toledo to Detroit. The state of Ohio, the governor submitted those corridors to the federal program. They were accepted. They got some initial funding to do initial scoping and planning. We are asking the state to move forward, take those into stage 2, which would be developing a service development plan that would bring them closer to reality. We also asked ORDC to work with NOACA to, again, improve our current service, east-west, to help us develop the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad extension into downtown and potential commuter rail options that could benefit the region. Government affairs continues. We've been doing one-on-one meetings with our state legislators. We've been continuing that in the last couple months. We met with Representative Chris Glassburn and Representative Eric Sonnenberg. We're trying to especially meet with some of the newer members, talk to them about what NOACA is, what we do, what our priorities are, and listen and try to learn what they're interested in related to transportation. So those meetings have gone very well, and I feel like they've been very helpful. I also want to mention one last thing. You may have heard there's legislation that was introduced in the state legislature, House Bill 455, introduced by Representative Mike Davila from Berea and Representative Brian Stewart from Asheville, just south of Columbus. So this bill does 4 things. It would prevent any single county from holding a voting majority on an MPO board, allow the governor to redesignate a county's MPO affiliation if 25% of the workforce commutes to a contiguous MPO, clarifies that MPOs may not issue policies that conflict with state or federal law, and prohibits a chief executive of an MPO from being simultaneously employed outside Ohio. So we have attempted to meet with Mike Davila, who's from our region. We have not been successful in sitting down with him yet, but we continue to reach out. We are working with OARC, with our statewide organization of regional planning commissions and MPOs. It's the Ohio Association of Regional Councils, so it's all the NOACAs around the state of Ohio. We are working together to develop a response to this legislation, and some of it we believe to be repetitive. I mean, we can't really issue policies that conflict with state or federal law. So in terms of the first point, current federal law does at least suggest that MPOs should base their representation on population, be proportionate to population. So there's some things in here that we're looking at, and again, we're addressing this with our statewide organization, with all the other MPOs around Ohio. And we will be developing a response and be prepared if hearings are scheduled to testify on this. So that's all I've got.
If I may go back to the legislation, the Ohio Association of Regional Councils, as it is putting together a response to this, both for ODOT to be able to use as well as directly to the legislature. One of the aspects that we have been discussing is for our elected officials to speak directly to the legislature. And so give that some thought as to how this committee can assist us or facilitate in doing so. We're particularly trying to get together a group of elected officials that represent the MPOs in the state and that can speak directly to this legislation. I know that some
Thank
of you in this room have previously been in the legislature, so that would be helpful to us as well.
Thanks, Grace. That is helpful, and we discussed that on our work policy committee call yesterday. So that's a really good point. They do want members of MPO boards to speak out. So when we have a prepared response, we can share that. But it's really important that the legislature really know what MPOs do and understand the benefit that they bring to regions. We think there's just some, misinformation, maybe lack of awareness of the importance of MPOs in supporting regions around the state, bringing funding to the region, supporting economic development. So we'll be putting together a document with some talking points. And yes, that would be great if this committee could help amplify our position to members of the legislature.
Sarah?
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, just believe.
Oh my
Love.
gosh. Okay, can you hear me? Yes,
Oh,
perfect. Okay. Sarah O'Keefe, City of Cleveland. I just had a comment, maybe wanted to elevate the hostile to cars and impede vehicular capacity and speed. When NOACA advocates in this current context, I think it's really important that we emphasize the safety side of things, especially given what you just talked about, Bev, in your presentation about school kids, crossing guards being hit by vehicles. That is so important for us to think about, right? There are many, many conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians, school kids being one of them. We want our kids riding bikes, walking to school to be safe. And so I think it's really important. And I just had a question about how, when we think about that change, how NOACA has been elevating or will be elevating in its advocacy, the safety side of things.
So we have begun already to elevate safety in the work that we're doing. It has always been a criteria of every project that we fund, every program that we advance. But we are specifically, and we'll be talking about this in the next meeting, the policy committee meeting, about the Transportation for Safer Communities initiative that we are launching, both to fund projects as well as to draw attention to safety. So we will continue to sort of hammer that home. But the point that you are making is really critical as we talk about projects and funding and where we're going. Safety should be number one. And, when we talk about safety, a lot of what we have been referring to over the number of years is zero fatalities. And that is still in our long-range plan. It is still a goal that we expect to achieve by 2050. A lot of it including technology in the latter 2 decades, the 30s and the 40s, that will help us get to that point. And when I say technology, everything from additional assistance in automobiles, such as not so much self-driving, somewhat self-driving, but assisted driving. And then I think also looking at technology such as, I know there's been a lot of discussion about, we have rear cameras now in cars that as you're backing out, but with the height of cars, particularly the SUVs, front cameras would be helpful as well. And so I know that there's a strong push for those kinds of things.
Any other thoughts, questions, concerns? All right, thank you so much, Bev.
Thank you.
Next we'll have, Grace Galucci will introduce our guests, to have the conversation on the Irish Town Bend Project crowdfunding campaign.
Some of you may remember that we have actually brought this before to you. We submitted an application for the Irish Town Bend Slope Stabilization Project. We were successful in receiving $9 million in US DOT infrastructure, grant program. And as part of that application process, we included in the application itself a proposal for innovative financing. And that financing was focused on crowdsourcing or crowdfunding. And at this time, we are bringing this back to you because we did have a consultant and it did not work out with that consultant to advance the initiative. So we now have a new consultant. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Allison Ball, who will go into the details of our activities, our proposed activities.
Great. Thank you, Grace. Can everyone hear me? Great. As Grace introduced me, I'm Allison Ball. I'm the grants coordinator here at NOACA in the programming division. And today, as Grace introduced, there is no action requested. This item is for presentation and discussion. So the Irish Town Bend project, the larger project, will stabilize over a half mile of the existing hillside between the Detroit Superior Bridge and the Columbus Road Bridge along the Cuyahoga River. This project is necessary to protect the shipping channel and allow for the vision of a premier public space and multimodal connectivity to be realized. So the initial part of this project is the Irish Town Bend Stabilization Project, which to date is approximately $65 million to stabilize the hillside, install a new bulkhead, address a variety of infrastructure issues. NOACA was awarded $9 million in infrastructure for Rebuilding America Infra Grant funds. And NOACA committed to, NOACA committed, let me read my other things. So NOACA committed to this innovative crowdfunding financing approach to raise local share. The goal of $726,000 was to help set to help address the funding gaps. Crowdfunding is an evolving method of fundraising via the internet, and generating funds through internet-based donations for Irish Town Bend was recognized in the application evaluation as a creative way to leverage the project, meaning the extent to which any federal infra funding would be matched by non-federal funding. However, this method does require the expertise of strategy consultants to assist NOACA with the execution. As Grace noted, NOACA issued an RFP for a crowdfunding consultant in May of 2025 to develop and implement a crowdfunding strategy and financial model, manage a web-based fundraising platform for the project, and guide NOACA partners through the process of collection and transfer of funds generated through December 2026. The evaluation criteria for selection included experience and qualifications, project approach, project management, project budget, and cost. NOACA selected InfraShares, an operating crowdfunding platform catering specifically to infrastructure, public-private partnerships, P3s, and a representative from InfraShares is attending the meeting virtually. The scope of services include development and implementation of a campaign strategy to generate interest by the prospective P3 donors, collection and transfer of the generated funding, institute a mechanism and process for continual engagement with the donor community to keep the community informed regarding the fundraising and key issues affecting the project. In addition to the fundraising, this project has a marketing and community engagement factor that is critical for a successful campaign. InfraShares will spearhead the marketing and community engagement strategy to support NOACA's crowdfunding campaign with the goal of increasing awareness, attracting a diverse range of contributors, fostering long-term community support. The core messages will focus on the preservation of $3.5 billion of annual economic activity and 20,000 jobs, the importance of infrastructure resilience for the Cuyahoga River and surrounding communities, the creation of public benefit through a revitalized riverfront and enhanced multimodal access, and empowerment of residents and businesses to benefit from essential infrastructure. The financial impacts are the cost of the contract with InfraShares is a not to exceed $57,000. It includes a flat initial fee of $20,000 that will cover the aspects of work needed to develop, deploy, market, and execute the Irishtown Bend Project crowdfunding campaign, plus a commission of 5% of the total funds raised. The next steps are to execute the contract with InfraShares and work with InfraShares staff to develop a detailed work plan that includes deliverables, milestones, and the platform deployment schedule, target contributor profiles, and set up a project management platform to track tasks, timelines, and workflows. And that is all. So if you have any questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Does the funds that through crowds,
Can you use the mic, please? Because some of us here, we can't hear, please.
does the funds raised just go to?
Yeah, can you pull it? I'm sorry. Could you literally have to pull it right here in your mouth. I know it's irritating, but I promise you, I just cannot hear. And specifically for Ms. Brenda, she's taking notes. She can't hear if people don't talk in the mics. Thank you.
Does the funds just go to the general project? They're not for like artwork or any of the extra?
That is correct. If there's extra, we are hoping that it can go to the beyond the project. I think initially we just want to meet the goal set in the application for the hillside stabilization.
So the goal for the crowdsourcing is 726,000?
That's we're going to make good faith effort. Yes.
And those other
I'm
organizations?
sorry.
that
We
are-
really can't hear you. I know you, because you're talking to her, but every time you go like this, we cannot hear. So if you could like do this, it will help.
I
Thank
can also repeat the question.
All right, thank you. That was something.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So the money that these other organizations, because I've gone to some events, that's all separate for those like artwork project. I think even the county has a project to do some type of monument on it. Those are all separate from this?
That is correct. And we discussed that with the prospective consultants that, there is competition. So, and that this is a fast moving project and a fast timeline. Oh, and what he originally asked is if the money all has to go to the project or some of it can go to other aspects of the larger Irishtown Bend Park and future. And right now I had addressed that by saying it would go initially to the grant as written in the grant. And then the second question was about there are other groups raising funds for this project, and that is correct.
But to be clear, the project itself that is part of our grant application is only the hillside stabilization. And that's what we've committed funding to. It's what we are supporting the port with. Relative to the other funds that are being raised or other groups raising them has to do with the park that is up on the top of the hillside that cannot take place without our project. NOACA does have some funding in that part of the project relative to trails, but other than that, they are separate.
Question here, is there still a fundraising gap on the park project?
There's a huge funding gap on the park project. It depends on what the baseline you want to consider, but there are tens of millions of dollars of shortfall on the park project.
And has there been any thought about, from a public messaging standpoint to a public audience for crowdfunding, coordinating with the fundraising ask for the park piece? I'm wondering, my thought on that is this is a standalone ask to the public for crowdfunding. From a public standpoint, the two, they don't view those two as very separate. And I'm just wondering if there's been coordination around the rest of the funding needing to fulfill the park project.
There has been, but you bring up a very good point that we should probably think about being more explicit in that connection and sort of teeing up the next part of the campaign fundraising, even if it's not ours.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Grace.
All right, well, thank you, Allison. Thank you so much for that update. So as we are rounding out this meeting today, are there any reports, updates that anybody would like to share with committee members? Is there any old business that needs to be discussed? Any new business that needs to be shared? Okay, your favorite part of the meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, a second? All those in favor? This meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting will be scheduled in 2026, but we don't have a time or place. Well, we don't have a place yet, but we'll let you know. Thank you, everybody. Have a blessed holiday season. Stay warm, all those good things. Take care.
Good morning. We are going to call to order the Policy Committee of NOACA at 10:04. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and to the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by pressing the button on top of them. Okay, we've got the minutes from July 11th, 2025. Are there any corrections or additions? Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Mayor Thomas. Second, Debbie Berry, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Okay, we will go to subcommittee updates. Economic Development Subcommittee Chair Aaron Harrison is here. No. Joe Simperman? No, okay. The meeting summary can be found in the packet. Public comments on the agenda. Has anyone signed in to speak today? Nobody has signed in. We will move on to the next agenda item. I will turn this over to Chair Executive Director's report. Do you have a report for us, Grace?
I do not. I know that we will have lots of time to talk about other things if I don't do an executive director's report, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you for yielding your time. Action items today, there are none. We've got presentations and discussion. Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative Policy. Grace, I'll allow you to introduce and then turn it over to Dr. Makarachi.
Yeah. So, Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative, which we are referring to as TESI. As you know, at the last committee meeting, we had a lot of discussion around a proposed policy. That policy draft was approved with the inclusion of items from the conversation. We did send out a draft subsequent to that meeting and received further comments. Based on those comments and wanting to make sure that we really develop a program that is implementable, we held off on taking it to the board for the September meeting so we can, what we are calling reimagining the proposed policy and the proposed program. We are still wanting to focus on low-cost, small-scale safety countermeasures, but we also want to think about it in the context of being able to execute. And we've specifically in that regard spoken with ODOT and talked about ways that this can be moved forward and not cause a lot of bureaucracy or administrative overhead to either NOACA or to ODOT or to the communities either. And then what I wanted to talk about today too, depending on how far we get into a potential new policy, is that maybe similar to what we did with our TEDI, which is our Transportation for Economic Development Initiatives, is we put forward a policy that was a draft policy. Then we put forward a pilot program, and then we're evaluating the pilot program for finalizing the policy. And so maybe that's something that we want to consider for this. And in my one-on-one with board members, there have been a few communities, particularly Richmond Heights, North Royalton, and Parma, that I have discussed potential pilot projects for TESI. So that might be something we want to talk about today as well. Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to Ali Makarachi.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
No,
As you
you
know,
have to speak into the mic.
okay. I've turned it on, but. Okay. So as you see from the slide, no action is requested. This item is for information. And as Grace mentioned, is for discussion on the revised TESI policy. Again, you heard is presented in discussion in April, and then now in July we discussed. Now we are coming back and we need more feedback. So to remind you, TESI proposal is a TESI aims to support local safety improvements across the region by reducing crashes linked to the infrastructure deficiency. Now, to go to, again, the reminder, this slide, we have got two types of the, causes for the crashes. Usually either is a driver's error or the deficiency from the infrastructure. We are not, as you see, based on what we did in 2024, is a split evenly between these two reasons for any crashes. So we are talking about the infrastructure failure, and we are talking about the solution for this cause. The safety issue, we started much earlier, but more organized. We started in 2022. We produced for each community the safety report, and we prioritized the intersections and road segment in each community. Then we introduced some countermeasures, safety countermeasures in that report. 2 years after that, recently in the end of 2024, financial year 25, we analyze and benefit cost analysis for the countermeasures, and we look at the low cost and small scale. So those reports, which we send it again to about 85 communities, and I'm sure you have received that. And that was not only prioritize the intersections and the road segments in each community, we come up with some kind of solution that gave us the idea of looking at see what we could do in terms of the little bit bigger program. So my understanding, and many we discussed with my team, is on the left-hand side here is a planning. We all agreed, and we were in the agreement in terms of planning. The only issue we had, how to implement it. And we need the money, as you see, is a bridge from any planning program, go to the implementation and implement any project. So what we are talking about, we are not talking about major project. We are talking about low cost, small scale safety countermeasures. FHWA has produced these, and they provide with a high percentage of the safety. That was basically the incentive for us to look into this. And if you go to the FHWA safety and HSM, the highway safety manual, you will see there are lots of safety in terms of how much is going to be very simple sign or very simple is going to countermeasure is going to save in terms of the crashes and all this. So we need, in terms of the planning, we need project locations with a high priority. That could be in our community report we produce, or is not only our reports. There are so many reports in each community in the planning, and they talk about the safety, and there are some location. Any community can look at those reports, and as well as our reports, and go from there. Second is we can look at the corridors and look at in the neighborhood, or even between different neighborhoods, and looking at from one neighborhood to another, and make this all together as one project. So, oops. So what happened in terms of one of the feedback we got from ODOT was in terms of the implementation and administration and funding. If it's less than something like 100,000, is going to be some problematic. So we are looking for a suggestion is, and as you see, the phase one of the implementation is to look into projects with over 100,000. Maybe we have to group them from one community to another, or in community, or any other, safety in the systematic in the region. So this is where once we identify this and we realize the cost is going to be something like at least 100,000. And this includes designing, includes the planning. So then we go to next phase of the implementation, which we are talking about, how we're going to do in terms of whether the community has got staff to do it or NOACA manage the project. Alternatively, it would be if it's a region-wide, maybe NOACA will do manage the project, or we look at the design and installation. And I talked to a few members of the committee, and we said some of them we can provide, some of them we have to hire a consultant, whether it's a small project, but we have to hire and look at this. So, as I mentioned, we are talking about minimum $1 million for annually for this program, and that's a STBG fund or OCPG, and hopefully we will get 20% match from the locals or from toll credit. So these are the options we have to go from there. So next step would be feedback from you, and then we go to other committee and then look at revise the policy and come back with a better.
If I may augment the presentation, thank you very much, Ali. The major thing that we think needs to be changed from the proposed policy that we presented and then revised is that we can no longer support an application-based approach. The application-based approach would present difficulty in that the dollar amounts most likely would not satisfy the minimum. And even though the minimum that ODOT has put forward is $100,000, and we do that with TLCI as well, it still presents a problem with these low-cost alternatives in terms of the amount of time that it would take administratively, both for ODOT and for NOACA. So we're looking at shifting away from an application-based and more towards a partnership between NOACA and the local communities, where we've identified what needs exist in the community safety reports, and then working with the communities to confirm their priorities and then link those priorities with other communities and corridors to create a larger project. We're even considering perhaps putting something out where NOACA, very similar to what we do with the EV charging programs, where we are the LPA, that we hold a contract for the whole region. And then the individual communities in partnership with us create a project and are able to execute it off of our contract. So that's kind of the direction we're trying to go in, both to meet ODOT's, not only their requirement, their positive feedback that they gave us on the program, wanting to make sure that we can still do something for the communities, but do it in a way that is most efficient and effective.
Thank you, Grace. Are there any questions? Sarah?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Just
Yes.
making sure. Okay, thank you. Sarah O'Keefe, City of Cleveland. A question on the how do you partner with the local communities? So in looking at the community safety reports from NOACA, the comparison between what the expected crash rate is on a corridor versus what actually happened in the corridor is minimally useful for us, in particular in Cleveland. It might be the same for other communities, because what happens is when we have a high crash rate in a corridor, the expectation is that it'll be a high crash rate. And then when we have a high crash rate, that expectation is met. So that corridor is not prioritized in the community safety report. That's what we have found. So that's an issue for us. So if this program is based on the community safety reports, I just want to understand if NOACA uses those community safety reports to propose a safety measure that it wants to implement in a community, I think there's a potential error that's going to occur there in priorities, or maybe a conflict of error, a conflict of interest. I don't know how to phrase it correctly, but so I just want to know what the intended plan is for the partnership with the local community. And if it mirrors the EV charging station program, what we received for that was a letter that proposed certain things, and then we replied to the letter. Is that the same kind of mechanism that's going to be proposed for this program?
We're very open to what works the best. The idea would be similar to EV charging, where NOACA had developed a map that consisted of the general areas that would be most effective for us to have EV charging stations in the region, considering a number of things like vehicle miles traveled and geographic equity. So we looked at those things, then invited communities that were within a 2 or 3 mile radius of that to see if they were interested in partnering with us to do so. Then there were various workshops held where additional partnership discussions were had. And then finally, for those communities that did want to participate, we sent the letter out for the partnership. So there was a lot of work before we sent the letters out. And what I'm actually more interested in, and if it's not today, some other time, but I'm not clear as to what the deficiencies in the community safety reports are. And I think it's worthwhile for staff to follow up to understand completely what you're saying, because at this point, I don't. Yeah.
Can I just answer that question in terms of what you see is observed crashes when, for example, 2024 now, 2025 is not available. Those are number of crashes. But as I mentioned, there is a 50-50. Tomorrow, maybe that in that corridor, somebody unfortunately has some drink and they go and have a crash. But what happens in terms of the HSM, we are not, if you look at the highway safety manual, these are based on what they say is a forecast, and we go back and look at the data from the observed, and we'll calibrate those based on each community, each county, and we are looking at the future. We are not looking at what happened in the past. Probably one corridor, you are right. It was a high number based on the last year, but based on what we see in terms of the comparing with other corridors in the future, data number of the parameters on this, it might be not high priority. However, as Brice mentioned, the safety reports is one of the planning indications. It's not the only source we are going to look at. Like, as you mentioned, EV, and as you know, I've talked to you many times about EVs, is not the location we are seeing. We look at the region, we identify the EV to evenly distributed EVs in the region. But if there is a certain location, you yourself told me this is not suitable, we have to move it a couple of streets higher or in the south of that. So those is not, I mean, the safety report is one example, is not the only source, and it's not going to be like we take it as a Bible and say, we're not going to go anywhere. This is our priority. We can change it, as I mentioned. Other reports, local information, every year the crashes are changes, and every day if you look at the 2024 report to 2022 is very different.
I see Tessa, who is our safety planner, in the shadows there. Would you like to come out of the shadows and address this issue?
Well, I asked her, she said she's a bit, I don't know, she gave me the job and said, you do it, because she's the boss. She told me to do it.
The whole reason I came here today was to assist with the questions. So if I'm understanding your point correctly, I think what you're saying is that when you have a corridor that has a high expected rate and a high observed rate, the much more detailed and time-intensive analysis of the expected doesn't add anything. Is that correct?
So unfortunately, the person who knows that information better than I do is not here today. So I would like to follow up with you very specifically, and just as Grace suggested, I think that
I
would
would
be
be
the best
happy
next
to
step.
do that, but if I am understanding that correctly, I would like to point out that one thing, that for a city like Cleveland, where the observed crashes are very high all over, the expected rates may not be that useful, but where they really shine is in smaller communities, especially in rural counties where the exposure rates are much, much lower, because what you want to look for are the streets that have high expected rates, even if they have low observed rates, because what they are saying is that it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but statistically, this street has a really high chance of a crash occurring on it.
Thank you for that.
And maybe to address that, we could certainly look at not just a program where we aggregate different communities, but maybe for the larger communities, there's something that is simply specific to them.
Yeah, Bonnie?
So, as I understand this, this also includes the design and the construction implementation of the recommendations. And I guess I have a problem with that part of it. I don't have an issue with NOACA doing the study and coordinating the different entities that have similar problems and packaging them together. But I don't look at NOACA as a constructor. So I would like to draw the line and just allow whether it's ODOT to construct that, or having a local agency taking the lead with multiple local agencies to actually implement the project, the safety improvements. I just think we're crossing the line as far as what NOACA should be doing, and planning is their main objective, and appreciate that, and appreciating getting the similar concerns, packaging them together. But once we go to the next step where we're actually constructing something, I think that needs to be left up to agencies that know how to do that.
If I may ask for ODOT's input on that, is that something you would be willing to take on?
That's something we could talk about. Is this on? That's something we can talk about. I do think that the bigger, I guess, issue that ODOT saw with having each community develop their own project, as if there's one federal dollar involved, it becomes a lot more complicated. And ODOT would end up, and NOACA would end up having to help those communities work through the process. And that's why we felt that bundling the projects into one regional or one type, like one type of countermeasure that's being done throughout the whole NOACA region, or just by regions, would make more sense. It'd be more efficient. It'd also be, I think, be more cost effective and more timely if we did it that way. Now, who actually does the managing of that, whether it's an LPA project or an ODOT-led project, I guess maybe that's something that we need to talk about a little bit further. And maybe the idea of making this a pilot and seeing, trying it out and see how it works might be the best way to move that forward.
Thank you. Yes. It's good.
Listening to all these conversations, can you hear me okay? There's, I'd love to hear the risk indicators offline, what you were talking about earlier. I have a planning background, believe it or not. And so I wanted to talk to you about that. And Bonnie, I can't believe that you and I are in agreement here. Put that on the record today, if you don't mind.
On
but
the
maybe
record.
from a different angle. And so I struggle, and I need your help a little bit, because sometimes I'm a little slower than the average bear. So in Geauga County, our townships pay for 99.99% of our infrastructure. In Geauga County, our citizens pay for 99.9% of their infrastructure. They do it all through levies. So we're not using federal dollars to fund our community infrastructure. And so I've always struggled with a challenge. NOACA was created as a metropolitan planning organization using federal dollars, 18.4 cents a gallon gas tax, for federal projects that involve federalized roads and federal projects, not for funding community commitments. And anything other than that seems to kind of go into the area of fraud to me. You're using federal dollars for an unintended purpose. and I struggle with that because I just don't know where the lines are on that. In this particular situation, for projects of safety like this, which I'm all in favor of, a lot of these projects actually I would probably think are a really good idea. But a lot of those come into standards and ways of implementing infrastructure. So rumble strips on the side of the road are becoming more and more the common thing to do, and our local road construction companies know that and they implement that. And so the standards get created and shifted based on the need, and our local guys that do the infrastructure, they know that. They keep up on all the infrastructure. ODOT educates them on proper method and methodology and all that kind of stuff. And so, and they oversee projects, making sure those projects are implemented in a way that are safe and up to the current best practice. And so help me to understand how it is that NOACA dollars should be used to implement or to pay for projects that are not, or maybe they are, I just don't understand, federalized projects that would appropriately apply.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would like to be clear that NOACA dollars are spent appropriately as audited by the state, as audited by ODOT, and as audited by the federal government. So there is nothing here that would even begin to encroach or to reach I think you used the word fraud, and I'm very, very careful about using a word like that. So there is nothing like that here. We are proposing a safety program because we're hearing from communities that they have many safety issues. We're also seeing that in the statistics, and we're putting forward 0 fatalities in our long-range plan that we need to certainly address it and meet. The only projects that we would be funding are projects on federal aid roads. So that is what makes it aligned with the federal programs and the federal responsibility that we have. So we are not going to be funding any kind of rumble strips on a residential road that is not federal aid. So if that helps to clarify what your concern is, that's where we're going. These are just federal dollars that would be spent on federal roadways.
Yeah,
And that's the case with all of our dollars that we get. They are used as per the federal guidelines.
Yeah, and I don't intend to infer that there's any misbehavior going on, but sometimes the appearance and the general conversation is, oh, we're doing all these projects in all these communities without the context in the public hearing that context of what you just said, that we're only doing this in a federalized way, because it'd be very easy to kind of blur the lines there. And so, and I just want to be clear in my mind that we're all on the same page and that's what the intent is and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Is it hard to hear down there? Yeah. Yeah, and I think too, when people are turning their heads, take the mic with you because it does tend to move.
I was trying.
Thank you. Okay, sorry.
And
Go
to
ahead.
that, yeah, to that point, we don't repeatedly say federal aid roads because we assume that at this point, if you are part of the board, you know that we only spend dollars on federal aid routes, that we are not doing anything other than that. So when we speak of communities, we are speaking to what NOACA can participate in communities, which is on the federally designated roadways.
Thank you, Grace. Tom, did you have a question?
Yes, if I understood this was that the smaller projects identified in the surveys, you would try to bundle them and have already bid out contracts or preferred vendors that would perform the work once they're identified by the city. Is that correct?
That would be correct. That is, again, one example of a proposal that we're putting before you because the previous one really was not actionable.
And the main reason is, maybe you can't say it, but most people would understand, was that if all the individual cities and or NOACA were bidding this out and being reviewed by ODOT, abiding by the federal standards is quite problematic, especially when some of these small projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the EPA had a very similar issue, was they used to give you grants to hire an environmental consultant on your own. They also then would give you a grant to do the remediation. They then went to actually the system that you're talking about, where they actually had preferred vendors that they already vetted. They know they could comply with the federal regulation, and that you just really identified the project and worked with them to get it solved. There, no money passed through the local municipality for it. And it did work very effectively. And from a city viewpoint, you would like this program because a lot of the paperwork and supervising a contract went very smoothly. So I am for, or certainly, trying to streamline it, and especially smaller municipalities have a real difficult time with, the smaller contracts and getting the grants. I mean, the paperwork involved in it, can be very problematic. And a lot of communities will pass once they understand how much the bureaucracy is. So I think it's a good idea.
Thanks, Tom. Ben, did you have something?
Just thinking, would there be some merit to seeing where all the projects are, like in the planning part, and then see if there's someone who would be willing to be the project sponsor to like do the construction piece as a city or a municipality? I just think of like Lake Tran is currently the project sponsor for a 3 community project in Lake County where we're hiring the contractor, but it's a group partnership, and maybe it's ODOT, maybe it's the city of Cleveland. But I think once you see who's involved, you might have an opportunity to find someone willing to step up and do the construction piece. Because I tend to agree that I think NOACA is a great organization, but I think there are people that have more construction experience.
And we don't necessarily want to get into the construction business. We're just trying to figure out a way to support the local communities in this effort. Again, we're just trying to put something that we think is helpful. That's a great idea. And maybe we can even do it by county. And so the county engineers could take responsibility for their county's projects, and we can help bundle them and package them in a way that brings the local communities together. So yeah, we can look at that.
Debbie?
So I still have a little bit of an overarching question about how we're going to prioritize. I mean, I feel like there still needs to be some very specific criteria, because many, many communities could have, small projects that in their community are important, and the money's not going to cover everything. And I know we're talking pilot, but even with that, just making sure that, a problem in one size community may be very large to them. You know what I'm saying? It's not all apples to apples. So I guess NOACA would develop that criteria, go through the plan, and then rank everything and kind of decide which ones came to the top.
Right. So the community safety reports already have some ranking in them. So we would use that to some degree. But one of the
So
things
wait,
that
but they don't rank like county against county or city against city, right? They rank
We have
projects
done
within
that.
a community.
Debbie, can you pull your mic closer? Sorry.
I'm trying, sorry. They don't rank like a county versus a county's priorities. They rank within a particular community.
within a community, but we did, I think per your request at one point, put together everything for Cuyahoga County, so it did rank them. So
Okay.
we can do that and rank them by county, we can rank them by region. So there's many ways to look at it. And that's again for discussion purposes and best to try and identify the approach that we want to move forward with. But in terms of criteria, to your point, what we often do behind the scenes and then present this to the board is look at things at small, medium, and large scale. So looking at communities that are, below 50,000 or 50,000 to 250 and then above 250, or I'm just coming up with things off the top of my head, but we've got different things. So we could come up with programs that are delineated in that way, that also ensures that small communities are competing against small community. Exactly. And this is something that we don't really, when we take the application component out, it is no longer a competition. So now it's everybody's projects are important and everybody's projects get put onto the list. And based on what the board wants to do, I think because these are low cost countermeasures, I don't know that there's anybody that would be excluded or any community that would be excluded. But certainly there is absolutely merit to kind of looking at them by size.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there has to be some limit to the dollars, right, of what's available, that maybe every project that communities would want done couldn't be done in the first round.
Right, but we would be looking at things like, say, rumble strips. That's a good example. And say, we're going to look at rumble strips throughout the region, and we're going to allocate $2 million for rumble strips across the region. And then, we would sort of project how much money we have versus what can be done. And the idea would be not to exclude anybody.
Okay, so your idea is more to pick a type of solution and fund it, as opposed to pick a problem in a community and figure out what the best solution is and say, I'm funding that.
We can do that too. So it's not either or, it's both. So we can also look at, we've identified intersections that are problematic intersections. Now, the intersection solution might be different from community to community. And so that would be a contract that would say, we're going to have the top 10 intersections. And there we probably would have to have a financial break where we couldn't fund everything. And then a designer would come in and evaluate those 10 intersections and propose a solution and then fund that solution. And that would all be a one-stop shop.
Can I just add in terms of the size of the community and size of the county, even to produce those reports, we're using different calibration factor for each, depends on the size of the county, depends on the size of the community. So it's not everything using the same thing, all the community we are using depends on the size and is based on the VMT, vehicle mile traveled on each community, not population. Is based on that we are calibrating. So for example, city of Cleveland has got different calibration factor than the small community in the Medina County. So it's a different, everywhere we use this is not a one size for all.
That's good. As long as it's already factored in, I just want to make sure, right, that
Yeah,
each
but you
community
bring up
has a
good point.
fair opportunity to ultimately get some funding.
Yeah, and this is what we're looking for is feedback to help us solidify what the next iteration of this might look like.
Thank you. Obviously, there's still questions. Did anybody else have a question? I thought I saw another hand. No. So I guess, Grace, can you talk us through what the process going forward looks like with this understanding? We've had this once, we gave feedback, we've had revisions, we've had more feedback. Kind of what's the next step in the process with this draft policy?
So I think the next step is we prepare another draft that includes the discussion we've had today, includes the feedback that we received specifically from ODOT, but from others, including Cuyahoga County Planning Commission and Cuyahoga County Public Works. We had some good feedback there. We'll present that at the next committee meeting. We'll also, at that point, propose some pilots that we could watch and kind of go through this process. And as we look to think about the program, we've been comparing it a lot to TLCI because that had both a planning and an implementation component. I'm almost going to say this is a little bit more like the TEDI and the TLCI combined. So the TEDI does not have an application process. We selected or like the regional TLCIs, where we selected them based on a problem that existed that was brought to us by the communities or by the board or different ways of getting that to us. We then propose that to the committees and then move forward from there. So next step, we will prepare a policy. We also will prepare a procedure because I think there was a lot of confusion in the last round of discussions and in the last document of what is policy versus what is procedure. And it would be helpful to see both in order to solidify the policy. The policy wanting to make sure that we are very clear in the objective of that policy, which is to bring communities into a higher level of safety for transportation. And then the procedures, how we execute that. And we will have conversations with ODOT to kind of put the procedures in line. And we will also get the county engineers involved in the discussion with us and ODOT to see if there isn't a way for them to be engaged as well in the procedure.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Any other questions? Yes, Tom. Pull it close.
If you read the community safety reports, there are very, very small improvements, like restriping intersections. If I had to hire a contractor to restripe an intersection for $2,500 and abide by the federal standards to do so, and do all the grant to get it, do the work, and then get the reimbursement, it's quite. But if there were my neighboring communities were doing their 5 in my city, 5 in another city, it would make sense more to group them. I would read those community safety reports and also the priorities that are already in them, and then you'll understand why they might want to group some of these projects. It would be a lot simpler. I do share the concern about the NOACA being a constructor, but as the example I used earlier on the EPA grants, they found that, awarding cities $2,500 grants to do an assessment and then doing the remediation, it just lengthened the project and made it more expensive. So anyways, I think, as also Grace said, try a pilot project. Hey, trying is always a good thing.
The one we haven't discussed that I also want to make sure that we touch upon today are the safety studies that we discussed, that ODOT has generally about $100 million annually available for major safety projects. And those projects, however, require a safety study to be completed per ODOT specs. Many communities don't have the wherewithal to get that done. That is something that we would also like to propose as NOACA will get a consultant for, say, I don't know, $100,000 or $150,000. These are normally about $40,000 projects, so 40 to 50. We would select, and maybe this would be an application-based one, maybe it would not. We have to think about this for a minute and go through the pilot. But then we would be offering the consultant to the community, and they would work directly with the consultant to develop that plan. So it's really buying off of our contract, but the community working directly with the consultant to complete that plan, so they have something to submit to ODOT. So I don't want to lose sight of that one. I think we all agreed on that one before, but it wasn't a major highlight of the policy. We focused on the implementation. So don't want to lose sight of that, and also thinking about that, and we'll include that in the follow-up information as well.
Thank you, Grace. Okay.
And I just suggest
Yes.
you might look at all the communities in all the community reports and identify the more common solutions. Then it could be a pilot study for the pilot implementation for the whole region. So if something happening in most communities and this is the causing the basic crashes and the high price, then we can look at that because we have got all the reports and we can look through it and come back with something is more common in the region.
Thank you. Okay, great discussion. Thank you, everybody, for the feedback, and we will continue on the agenda. Are there any reports or updates? Okay, we will move on to old business. Resolution 2025-040, compliance with federal executive orders. I will turn it over to Director Galucci and Liz Barlick.
So as you know, at the last board meeting in September, Resolution 2025-040 was passed to bring us into compliance with federal executive orders, specifically related to DEI. That's Executive Order 14173 that was issued on January 21st. To bring us into compliance, the executive order eliminated DEI initiatives. It did acknowledge existing federal civil rights laws. and revoked previous executive orders, including the ones related to EEO and EJ. There was further guidance to that executive order issued on April 24th, outlining the expectations of the USDOT department for the MPOs and other recipients of their grant funds. And then on July 2nd, we had some further clarification. What we did at the September board meeting that I know needs a little bit more discussion, we amended existing policies, and they're in front of you, that had language related to DEI, EEO, or EJ. Those policies, in some cases, we changed the EJ criteria and replaced it with areas of persistent poverty, and I'll get to that in a minute. And in some cases, it was just removing EJ. In some cases, it was a little bit more involved, and I'll have Liz speak to the specifics of it, which she handled if there are any further questions. And then the other major component of what we did in September was to dissolve the equity subcommittee. So the policy amendments, these are the kinds of things that were specific, the diversity and inclusion policy, we rescinded that. However, that policy was an agglomeration of several policies, and so those other policies still stand. They're just not all together in one place called diversity and inclusion policy. They still stand alone. As a standalone policy, they have been amended to remove and replace the DEI language or amended in accordance with the Civil Rights Act, et cetera. These were all the specifics that were done. I did want to spend a minute talking about the EJ areas and how that relates to the areas of persistent poverty. So the environmental justice areas for NOACA look like this following the definition of environmental justice that was put out previously to this administration.
I don't know whether you're aware of this, but the Climate Action Plan still contains environmental justice language. And I don't know if anybody's reviewed that or not, but that might be in violation and subject to some issues. So you might want to go look at that.
No, I appreciate that. After you mentioned that at the board meeting, I did very clearly ask staff to do that review. They said that there is nothing in there related to EJ, so that it is absolutely a clean document
So
adhering.
if you could forward me the name of the person who you are working with, I will forward them examples.
Joe McDonald.
Okay, I'll forward it to him. Thank you.
Please copy me or send it to me and I'll send it to him either way, but yeah. So environmental justice areas, the previous definition, this is what it looked like. Whoops. Areas of persistent poverty, this is what it looks like in our region. Most notably is some elimination of areas in the outer counties. So comparison. So the blue is both areas of persistent poverty and EJ, so that's where they overlap. The pink is only EJ, so we do lose some areas that were previously EJ. And then the yellow are areas that are only persistent poverty, so we gain a little bit. But the largest part of the EJ that we lose is in Geauga County, Medina County, and some in Lorain and Cuyahoga. But that was the best that we could find in terms of a federal definition of an area that was like EJ in terms of its intent to elevate disadvantaged communities. It doesn't meet all the same criteria, and this is where we have the concerns.
Grace, can you go back one slide just to the, so this is the, I think this is the one that we're looking at now. This is where the new definition will be defined for the programs?
Correct.
Okay, so compared to the pink, we lose a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Oops, yeah. I mean, that's the pink.
Mm-hmm.
So we gain a little bit, but we lose a lot. And again, what we particularly lose is the outer counties.
Correct, thank you.
And we went to great lengths in the EJ definition to include the outer counties because they had previous to 2015 included communities as communities. So if the community was majority EJ, it became EJ. If it was not, then it did not get that characterization and did not get the benefits. In 2015, and at the time we had Adam Frederick, who was the president of the NOACA board and from Medina County, commissioner from Medina County, we worked on, based on their knowledge of the outer counties, knowing that there were pockets that fit that description. Why did they not show up on our map? We went and looked at them by TAZ, so the traffic analysis zones. And when we did it at that more micro level, we were able to find pockets that, although the entire community that those pockets sat in didn't meet the EJ definition, those pockets did. And that really helped to better frame the whole EJ conversation. With areas of persistent poverty, we're back to taking that particular analysis out.
Thank you. I think this is really helpful, and it was a request that I had made to kind of going into this meeting, understand what happened at the board meeting, how it does affect future policies, and seeing a visual like this is extremely helpful. So, Mayor Bopes, did you have your hand up?
Just a question. Now I have to be close to the microphone, right? It could be my aging hearing as well, but, so thank you. Are the other MPOs using the same criteria for these areas of persistent poverty? Is that sort of a universal MPO application?
That is where we initially got the idea, was from my colleagues at other MPOs, and generally saying that areas of persistent poverty, although also the federal government did identify areas of persistent poverty in other applications than what they had previously done. So it's kind of been universal at this point that that is something that can be used instead of EJ.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Claypool.
A couple of points and or concerns. So I'm looking at an ODOT, or not an ODOT, Department of Transportation. John, I'll forward this to you if you'd like. It's a Department of Transportation documents, Excel spreadsheets that said, these are the counties, this comes from the Census Bureau, these are the counties that have areas of persistent poverty. Cuyahoga County is off of that list. There are no areas, according to this Department of Transportation document. If you go look up the definition of areas of persistent poverty within the Department of Transportation at the federal level document, it includes terms that are subject to the DEI executive order. So I'm wondering if they just haven't gotten downstream far enough in their process to identify areas of persistent poverty as one of those areas that they want to change because of the DEI executive order. And so it's something to keep an eye on and to watch.
Sure.
The other part to that is I had gotten legal advice because I was exploring this to make sure that my thinking was straight on this, that changing terms and not changing practices is not appropriate. I won't tell you the legal term that I was told for, but it's just not appropriate. And so you have to change actions. The change in the law requires you to stop qualifying projects by something other than the approved methodology. And so it's just something I'm offering a cautionary note here. We want to get ourselves out of trouble here because we don't want to be in violation of the law. This may or may not work, areas of persistent poverty, but there's a lot of moving parts there. And as you know, there's a lot of things changing in the administration. So I would just offer some caution in that regard because there's mixed documentation out there, like this spreadsheet from the Department of Transportation that says Cuyahoga County doesn't have areas of persistent poverty. But, so I'll just offer that up because we want to keep us clean and out of trouble.
Yeah, so 2 points on that is one is NOACA staff is very, very deliberate in its methodology to prepare such maps. So I have confidence that they have abided by all of the federal definitions and guideline to map this out. So I'm confident of this areas of persistent poverty. And then secondly, at this point, it is acceptable by the federal government. That is why we're using it. Should they change that, then we will stop using it. So we would bring that back to the board should areas of persistent poverty no longer be acceptable. But keeping in mind that when we changed from EJ to areas of persistent poverty, it wasn't just a word swap. I mean, there's actual different methodology in the calculation of persistent poverty to EJ. And the major issue that was identified in the executive order was EJ included characterization of communities by race, which is no longer allowable and is not included in areas of persistent poverty. So they are very distinct.
And I think just to follow up on that and to Mr. Claypool's point, if we were taking the areas of persistent poverty and then all of a sudden using the areas of EJ, that would be what you're referring to. But as you can see clearly on these maps, there are different areas. So we are not just changing the name and keeping the EJ areas. We're losing a lot of areas that were previously in the EJ.
So Grace, can you give me an example of how areas of persistent poverty would be used in the calculation for a project?
So we do have consideration for previously EJ, now persistent poverty, in the development of projects and programs. And one example would be in the toll credits policy where we allow ourselves to waive local match for communities that are EJ communities. Now it would be EJs that are areas of persistent poverty. So that's an example. I'm sorry?
Is there a subjective or an objective criteria for making that evaluation? Or we just do it off the top of our head and said, well, there's an area of persistent poverty, so we're just going to give them a pass? Or is there something more subjective to that?
Well, that's subjective, is the areas of persistent poverty, that's objective. Areas of persistent poverty is not subjective, it's clearly objective. And so if we are trying to address areas that were historically disadvantaged, and by historically disadvantaged, it was previously defined both as racial and income-based. Now you're looking at areas of persistent poverty, which have a little bit of a different definition, but for characterization, let's talk about it mostly in income and ongoing income. That's very objective. So if we are looking to help a community that has been that has been disadvantaged over the years and now defined as persistent poverty, the goal is to allow them to participate fully in NOACA programs. And if you can't have local match, if you don't have funds for local match, then you cannot participate in the program. So the idea is to allow them to participate in the program by waiving local match. So that's just one example. Another example, when we look at projects for funding in, say, the TIP, we look at a number of characteristics of that project, everything from vehicle miles traveled to lane miles to road condition. That's a major one. And what we had been previously using EJ for, which now we will use persistent poverty for, is to help evaluate whether that project is in an area of now persistent poverty, or if it is simply just going through there, because they have different implications. So we're analyzing the implications of these projects on those communities. So a lot of it isn't so much to to give points to a project as to determine adverse impact to a project. So if there's adverse impact, then we would not want to fund that project, or we would want to look at how to blunt that adverse impact.
Thank you, Grace. And maybe this is a question for legal to another point that was made about the climate action plan. It's my understanding that with these executive orders on the date that they were given, that is when it goes forward. You do not have to go back and scrub documents that had already been completed. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I want to be clear that with the climate action plan, and maybe this is what you're talking about, there is the LIDAC analysis, which when we completed it was a requirement of the US EPA to complete that analysis. So we completed it. It is now not a requirement, but a encouraged activity. But since we had already completed ours when it was a requirement, it exists as part of the plan.
But there would be an argument to be made that that was eliminated because it invalidates the criteria or the evaluation process. And so, yeah, it may have been done at a different, an era where the thinking was different, but that doesn't make the criteria and or the evaluation credible necessarily. And so we should go
And I don't
back and
think it was-
evaluate the credibility of the current climate action plan since it got approved.
So the climate action plan does not have funding attached to it, so there is no criteria for a project to be funded like there are for our transportation projects. The LIDAC analysis was to facilitate an understanding of how climate change impacts certain communities, and that might facilitate those communities to be more active in addressing climate change. So there's no criteria that are associated with that.
But you're telling communities that climate action is a reality. Some of us disagree with that. Or we may not disagree with it, but it might be due to circumstances we can't control. I heard a presentation from a guy in Alaska, I told you guys this, who said we're in the middle of a 20,000 year cycle, 12,000 years into that. We can't change that cycle. That's just a normal, natural, environmental cycle that occurs through our history. And so there's nothing we're going to be able to do to alter that cycle. And so to tell people that they have to spend money or they can spend money, which kind of misleads them down a path of taking tax dollars and spending it in a way that's not going to accomplish anything. So that plan does have an impact. Yeah, there's no dollars associated with it. There's no projects built into it, but it's built to influence people. And if it influences them incorrectly, then that's not responsible in my mind. So we should look at that.
To be clear, we are following the specifications and developing that, we developed that plan with the scope that was prescribed by US EPA, and not only in the previous administration, but the current administration. So the current administration reviewed all the scope, reviewed all of the specifications, and told all of us that are receiving the grants, continue forward on this path. The only thing that they had changed was that LIDAC being encouraged and not recommended. But this, our plan does not go outside of the boundaries or the scope of the current administration's requirements under US EPA.
Thank you, Grace. Yes, Patrick, Thomas.
Thank you.
Are we completed with the equity
Sorry,
subcommittee?
Tom,
solution?
sorry, wrong Tom. Thomas Patrick had his hand up too.
Thank
We'll go
you.
here and then down to you, Tom.
Clarifying. I do have significant concerns that it took almost, if not 9 months to come into, to follow an executive order. So I want to say that out loud. Couple of questions with the areas of persistent poverty. What are I mean, I did a little Google on what the definition is. What qualifies an area as an area of persistent poverty? And does that push any of these projects further up the line? Or if a project is going to occur in an area of persistent poverty, it just waives their match requirement?
There's a lot of different implications. The match was just one example. Again, a lot of it, we're looking at impact of a project to avoid adverse impact. And in some cases, if you've got projects that are in different parts of the region, and one is in a community that has a persistent area of poverty, and one is in a, let's say, in a wealthy community, and both have conditions that are the same, or both have all of the other criteria is the same, you're going to consider the area of persistent poverty as sort of a tiebreaker. So that is one of the ways that we use it as well. So there are different ways to use it, but none of them are explicit to where that is the criteria we use to fund a project. It is a consideration in our overall analysis. The primary factors or criterias stem from very objective data around need, justification for projects, et cetera.
And if that occurs moving forward with this new model of the area of persistent poverty, thank you, are we tracking how many times or frequency of that being a tiebreaker?
It's a good question. I don't know that we've done that in the past, but we certainly can pay attention and report back to the board as when we present projects for approval, whether that was a consideration or not.
Okay. And I guess my final quick question is, how many times, I don't know when I stopped considering myself new to this, probably not anymore legally, how many times have executive orders affected the business of the MPO, and what is the timeline like in falling in accordance with that EO from the federal authority?
Yeah. Since I have been here, there has not been an executive order that I'm aware of that we had to come into compliance with. That being said, the executive order that undid environmental justice was an executive order back in the 90s. I don't know how long it took to make that get into the formula of the work that we do. I do want to address your concern, though, and can appreciate your concern that the executive order came out late January, and we did not make the adoption of changes effective until our board meeting on September 12th. Within those 8 months? Yeah, about 8 months. We only had a March board meeting and a June board meeting, so we only had 2 meetings before that. We did not have guidance from US DOT on how to deal with the executive order, because the executive order was not to NOACA. The executive order deals with the president giving orders to his administration. So he gave executive orders to US DOT, who then translated them into actionable items by its grantees, which is us. So by the time that happened, our legal counsel took a look at it. We addressed, scouring through policies and making those changes. I don't think it was really unreasonable for us to bring it in September. And I think that in some ways we're still ahead of others. I know others have already made those changes, and others are still waiting for legal battles to come to closure on the executive orders. So I do think that we were responsive, but I do appreciate your concern and your, your thoughts on that.
And I appreciate that. I do. I do have concerns when we are in an administration of government efficiency and significant cuts, and now in a shutdown where there's a lot of things up in the air right now. And to Mr. Claypool's comment, as far as are we just changing the name of something, when it comes to funds coming back to the counties, I'm very concerned about what are we doing, if anything, to put that money at risk to the counties
Right.
receiving it. But
Yeah,
I
and at this
appreciate that.
point, it is not at risk. We did address it. We even had legal look into being at risk once the letter came out, I think in April, that talked about the funds being at risk. We looked into it and felt comfortable and confident that the work that we were taking on at that point, which was the legal review and the review of all the policies, would still put us in compliance as efforts towards eliminating the policies or amending the policies and eliminating the subcommittee. And we did when we found out more closely what those directives were, we suspended the equity subcommittee. So we did not continue to meet. We couldn't dissolve it until it went to the board and went through official action, but we did suspend it. So again, we do feel that we tried to take the precautions to be in compliance with the executive order as to not endanger funds.
Thank you, Grace. If everyone can just really try to get that microphone close. I know a lot of people are struggling to hear, and it's very difficult for Brenda and for the recording. So Tom, did you have something else? No, good. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Liz, did you have anything?
Liz, did you want to talk a little bit about what you did in the policies, specifically around changing EJ language or removing EJ language?
Sure. Yeah, I can elaborate on that. You're not kidding. So to speak to the definition of areas of persistent poverty that comes from census data. So it is census tracts where the poverty rate has been 20% or higher for typically 30 years. So that is that definition. What you're seeing here is, even though we didn't provide red line versions, but it's a summary of the changes that have been made to these policies. There are instances where environmental justice was removed, and that's because it spoke to it as a definition, as a subject matter, but it didn't go into the actual policy implementation. So we just took it out because it was no longer relevant. If it's replaced, like Director Galucci talked about, it is replacing it because it is part of a evaluation process or some sort of heuristic where she mentioned toll credits or the van pool policy, where if you meet certain criteria, you receive, we waive toll credits, or you get an additional subsidy for the van pool. So we just replaced environmental justice using an economic measure, which has been that has been the common. We haven't received very specific guidance, I think, is part of the problem too. Everybody's doing something a little differently, but the clear I would say measure that a lot of policies are being moved to is economic indicators. So poverty, rates of unemployment. So where there was environmental justice is kind of another layer of evaluation. That is where areas of persistent poverty has been applied. And then some were removed entirely. Equal employment opportunity policy, that was just changed to non-discrimination policy. Equal employment opportunity was something specifically mentioned in an executive order. However, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is still valid law, and that talks about non-discrimination policies. So that's what we did for that one. If you have any specific questions about the policies, I'm happy to answer them, but that's kind of a summary of what was changed. So it doesn't, I think the concern is major shifts in some sort of program or policy, and this doesn't really do that. If there was some reference to environmental justice as a framework, it's no longer in there. If it was an actual sort of measure or evaluation, it's just been replaced with another indicator of disadvantage, but that's economically based.
Thank you, Liz. It's really helpful because I know the resolution and the action by the board had a lot of information in it. So if those who are not on the board, I think it's important for this policy committee to understand what was approved. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you. Just a quick question about the phrasing of the language, the replacement language. Is it, as you stated, that it's always going to be areas of persistent poverty as the replacement language?
Yeah.
Where it was the measure? Okay.
Right.
And that was where poverty has been greater than 20% for greater than 30 years?
For 30 years or more, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good clarification. Thank you. The other thing that, I mean, as chair and as a board member and as a member of the equity subcommittee the resolution also included not just all of these changes, but the dissolving of the equity subcommittee. And I know that committee did a lot of really hard and good work. There was a strategic plan that was being developed. That subcommittee made recommendations to this policy committee. So I know that there have been some discussions with some members of this policy committee. If there is interest in other folks getting together for some kind of working group to form some kind of a subcommittee that could address some of the questions that have been asked here and some of the changes, to then form another subcommittee that is not an equity subcommittee, but that can look at the different policies and how things are getting recommended to this policy committee and then eventually to the board. So happy to follow up after if there's anyone who is interested in getting together to huddle and talk about that. But I think there was some really great work. And again, we talk about poverty, ethnicity. There are other things that are included besides race. And so that subcommittee did do some really great work and made some recommendations to this policy committee that I thought were very meaningful. And I don't want to lose all of that effort and that work. And I know Mayor Blackwell could not be here today, but you have heard her speak many of times on her passion for the work that's been done there. And all the staff and all the time that's been spent on that, to just let it go by the wayside is something that I don't think is responsible either. So if anybody's interested, we'll follow up after and get some thoughts together. Okay. Turn it off. All right. Is there any new business? Okay. We can move on to adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Thomas Patrick. Second, Tom Jordan. Thank you very much. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Test, test. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get any.
Good morning. The time is 11:38. I'd like to call this meeting of the NOACA Planning and Programming Committee to order. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its business according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and for the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by pressing the button on top of them. We'll turn now to the minutes from the last meeting, the minutes of July 11th, 2025. Are there any corrections or additions? Not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dever. Is there a second? Okay, I'll take the second from Mayor Gale. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Minutes are approved. Now turn now to subcommittee updates. First, the Air Quality Subcommittee, Chair Mary Beth Feek or Vice Chair David Hearn.
The packets has there's nothing to report. The packet has our meeting minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Is the microphone on?
It's green. Do you hear me now? Yes.
Oh, can hear you now.
We have nothing to report. The report is in the packet.
Very good. The meeting summary is in the packet. Transportation Subcommittee, Mr. Hajar? Or Mr. Duncan or Ms. Feek?
The report is in the package.
In the packet. All right, very good. Thank you. And then the Water Quality Subcommittee, Mr. Warnock or Mr. Cinco? Neither are here, I don't think. Well, I understand that the meeting summary can be found in the packet, so we'll go from there. Let's see, has anyone signed in to speak today? I see one member of the public has signed in. So we would ask that member to approach the podium. Speakers are given 3 minutes to comment on an agenda item. We have David Beach from City of Cleveland, or from Cleveland. I hope I did not misstate that. Mr. Beach, you may have the floor. Is that on?
Right in front of them. Okay, how's this? All right,
Yes,
good.
thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Beach. I'm a resident of Cleveland and a longtime participant in NOACA planning processes. Today, I'd like to comment on the project planning review for the public infrastructure projects proposed by Brook Park on behalf of the Browns. I realize this is a track funding request, so the state will make the funding decision. And since the Haslams have effectively bought off the governor and the General Assembly, no doubt the funding will be approved. Nevertheless, I urge NOACA to do everything it can to question these projects and call them out for what they really are: a waste of tax dollars and a handout to the billionaire owners of the Browns. Studies of economic impacts of sports stadiums are very clear. Stadiums are not economic development. Rather than increasing spending in a region, stadiums just reallocate existing entertainment spending. They don't increase the overall number of jobs or tax revenues. And this is especially the case for football stadiums, which are so seldom used. So if the Haslams want better access to their crazy fantasy of a new dome stadium, let them pay for it. Don't let them impose their costs on the rest of the region. Don't let them divert transportation funds from other regional needs. And finally, don't let them steamroll you into thinking that this is a done deal. It's not. There are lots of unanswered questions.
Does Little Brook Park really have the capacity to manage all this? Will Cuyahoga County risk its bond rating to subsidize an unnecessary stadium when it has so many other needs? Who will own the stadium and pay for its long-term maintenance? What are all the impacts to the state's busiest airport besides the building height issue? And even, do Browns fans really want to pay the exorbitant parking and ticket prices that will be charged at a new stadium? And meanwhile, a perfectly adequate football stadium already exists in downtown Cleveland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There being no other speakers signed in, we will turn now to the executive director's report. Is there a report?
There is no report today.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Galucci. We will now turn to the action items. First item is second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning reviews, PPR. Presenters Allison Ball and Ali Makarachi. Item public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park, Cuyahoga State Route 291. Ms. Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can hear that you can all hear me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Ball, and I work in the programming division here at NOACA. This morning, I will introduce the project planning review for second quarter 2026. This quarter, we will be presenting one project that is in the project planning review phase. After I present on the project planning review process, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Makarachi, who will be presenting the NOACA analysis of the traffic studies for that project. I also want to acknowledge that the project sponsor and their team are here today as well. The action being requested today is for the Planning and Programming Committee's recommendation as to the most appropriate action regarding the second quarter project planning review for item 6A1, public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park. This item was presented to the Transit Council, Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, Safety Operation Council, and the Business Community, Rural, and Emerging Leaders Councils for information and input. And this item was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee with the condition of including the results of the traffic analysis by ODOT and NOACA. Just as a reminder, this item is still in the project planning and review phase. This slide illustrates the process of how projects are ultimately added to the long-range plan and or advanced to the Transportation Improvement Program, the TIP. Project planning review evaluates a proposed project in its early phases and assesses how it aligns with NOACA's visions and goals, as well as NOACA's planning requirements. Project planning review is used by staff and committees to evaluate proposed projects and identify any issues, conditions, concerns to be addressed prior to amendment to the long-range plan and or to the TIP. The purpose of the project planning review also ensures that the project is not just consistent with NOACA's visions, goals, and planning requirements, but to ensure that the projects also meet any oversight agency requirements. Project planning review consists of 4 levels of review, including NOACA staff, the board of directors, including the committees, subcommittees, and councils, intergovernmental review and consultation, and public involvement. The action taken at this stage of the process is acknowledgement that the project has completed project planning review, that is, that the project has fulfilled the required staff, board, and public review, and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements throughout project development, construction, maintenance, and operation. As part of the project planning review process, a detailed summary of the proposed project and corresponding staff and committee assessments are posted on NOACA's website for public comment. In addition, the project is circulated by email to local governments and/or agencies that may be impacted, affected, or interested to comment on the project. Comments can be submitted through the online comment form, mail or email, and/or by phone. The intergovernmental review component provides local governments and the agencies an opportunity for the consultation. This slide lists the communities and agencies that were contacted to inform them of the project and invite them to review and comment on the project. Today, there is one project review summary covering the public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. This proposed project was submitted in June and is currently being evaluated in accordance with the project planning review process. The project details are included in the packet sent out to you on pages 13 to 17, followed by the illustrations on pages 18 and 19. The Brook Park Infrastructure Improvements Project involves proposed modifications and improvements to roadway infrastructure, as well as a new transit station in the city of Brook Park. The improvements are proposed to support a development site in the city of Brook Park, located about a half-mile east of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and directly west of the I-71 Snow Road interchange. The total estimated cost is $82.2 million. The preliminary design of which is $4.8 million, design development $6.5 million, and another $550,000 estimated for right-of-way, all of which is to be locally funded. Construction costs are estimated to be $70.3 million, for which the city applied for the ODOT Transportation Review Advisory Council track funds. Also listed as a component of the overall project, but not included in the $82 million total, is a new transit station for which the city provided a preliminary estimate of $40 million. However, a funding source has not yet been determined. The project area, which you can find in your packets on page 18, is 175 acres of the former Ford plant site, which is the proposed location of a Cleveland Browns Dome Stadium and a multi-use development that will include residential, retail, commercial, office buildings, and hotels. The project site is bounded by Snow Road to the south, a combination of frontage roads from southwest to north, including Five Points Road, Engle Road, which is also referred to as Henry Ford Boulevard in that same section, and is also designated as State Route 291. And finally, State Route 237 and the CSX Railroad is to the west. The proposed improvements are broken down into 7 distinct buildable units listed on the lower left of this slide. The next few slides will provide a brief summary of these buildable units. So buildable units 1 and 2 are the proposed improvements to the I-71 interchange, and detailed descriptions are included in your packet on page 14. Buildable Unit 1 proposes the following changes to the northbound exit ramp. An additional left turn lane will be added to the Snow Road I-71 northbound exit ramp and modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp. The estimated cost of Buildable Unit 1 provided by the sponsor is $1,240,000. Buildable Unit 2 proposes the following changes to the southbound exit ramp. Improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp to Snow Road westbound. Improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp to Engle Road southbound. An addition of I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge connecting to Ring Road. And the estimated cost of Buildable Unit 2 provided by the sponsor is $21,840,000. Buildable Units 3 and 4 include the proposed improvements to the Snow Road Ring Road connector and additional improvements to the southbound exit ramp. Detailed descriptions are included in your packet on page 14. Buildable Unit 3 proposes the following changes to the Snow Road Ring Road connector. Provide access for Snow Road traffic to Engle Road, modify Snow Road Bridge, including improvements to Snow Road from State Route 237 and relocating Five Points Road. The estimated cost of Buildable Unit 3 provided by the sponsor is $9,890,000. Buildable Unit 4 proposes the following additional changes to the southbound exit ramp: widen and realign approximately 1,300 feet of Engle Road, including under the proposed southbound exit ramp flyover bridge included in Buildable Unit 2. The estimated cost of Buildable Unit 4 provided by the sponsor is $1,770,000. Buildable Units 5, 6, and 7 include the proposed improvements to Ring Road, as well as a new pedestrian bridge and GCRTA transit station, and the detailed descriptions are included on page 15 in your packet. Buildable Unit 5 proposes the following improvements to Ring Road, 5,300 feet of roadway improvements, widen from 6 to 7 lanes south of Hummel Road. Part of Five Points Road is also in the Buildable Unit 5, and the estimated cost of Buildable Unit 5 provided by the sponsor is $14,600,000. Buildable Unit 6 proposes a new pedestrian facility and pedestrian bridge to provide safe access. Improvements are specific to pedestrians utilizing off-site parking and include a new pedestrian bridge over Engle Road to the development site. The estimated cost of Buildable Unit 6 provided by the sponsor is $14,940,000. Finally, Buildable Unit 7 proposes a new GCRTA transit station. A potential new transit station is in planning and a conceptual design is complete. However, funding is not yet determined. The estimated cost for construction provided by the sponsor is $40 million. As I noted earlier, project planning review is used by staff and committees to evaluate proposed projects and identify any issues, conditions, or concerns to be addressed prior to amendment to the long-range plan and/or advancement to the TIP. The comments made by the staff and advisory councils are included in your packet, starting at the bottom of page 15. As the project planning review process proceeds, oh, this is falling, sorry. As the project planning review process proceeds, staff offers various types of comments. There are recommendations. Recommendations are comments that the staff advises the sponsor to consider incorporating into the project design. Staff will work with the project sponsors to address these and determine why they may or may not be implemented. Conditions. The other type of comments are conditions, and conditions are comments from the staff that should be a condition of board approval. If there is a condition, NOACA staff will work with the sponsor to ensure compliance. Generally, the comments from staff and advisory councils fall under the following topics: environmental concerns, transportation and traffic impacts, public transit and accessibility, pedestrian and community access, and the planning and process. Okay, the next slide includes the staff recommendations, and responses from the sponsor to the staff comments are under the status column on the right. The next, so the first one, off-site parking is a major question for this development project. However, it is unclear where the necessary off-site parking along these roadways will be located and available. A detailed study on where these vehicles will park on event days and how many users are estimated to travel or rideshare services is recommended in order to understand the impacts to traffic in the surrounding area. The sponsor did note there will be 12,000 spaces on site. Additional off-site parking availability is being determined, and Brick Park is amending zoning laws to allow for entertainment parking. Second, a multi-jurisdictional approach is preferred to address development impacts on the transportation infrastructure. Consideration should be given to a more inclusive project submission that reflects traffic impacts on other communities, particularly adjoining jurisdictions, and that is TBD. The response. The project lacks a major transit component aside from referencing the proximity of the GCRTA Brook Park Red Line Station, which is located roughly a mile walking distance from the proposed development. As previously noted, Brook Park and Haslam Sports Group has met with GCRTA and developed that 7th buildable unit. There is no information regarding accessibility features of the pedestrian facilities, particularly the bridge. To evaluate the full impact on pedestrian site access, it is important to understand how accessibility will be addressed. It is recommended to provide more detail in this area, and the sponsor noted that the project will provide the following amenities: a fully ADA compliant ramps for pedestrian bridge access, new sidewalks on both sides of Engle Road, a pedestrian path connecting nearby neighborhoods, and upgraded pedestrian crossing near the RTA Brook Park Station. A comprehensive traffic study needs to be completed. Staff are unable to provide a thorough analysis until a review of the traffic impacts. This is a critical component to the project as there are many unanswered questions related to the interaction between the stadium, particularly on game days and the airport, which is the largest in Ohio. The traffic study was submitted on September 15th and subsequently reviewed by NOACA staff. Follow-up questions were submitted to the sponsor, but I'm going to turn this presentation over to Dr. Ali Makarachi, who will present the NOACA analysis on the traffic studies.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Makarachi, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I think well, good morning, 1 minute left. So as Alison mentioned, we have received a technical report, impact and IMS for the project on the September, and NOACA team studied, and we had so many discussions and meetings internally to look at because we feel is that this is a major investment in our region, and we need to have a good traffic impact study and to support that. So we studied that. So what we received is a report which has got about 1,600 pages. So we went through page by page and look at it, and as you see in this table, the technical part is about 6%, 91 pages, and then we had about 76% of the report was data, and this is the traffic counts, ITE, trip generation pages, and then output maps and everything was on the about 18%. So after that, as I mentioned, we had internal meetings, and then we proposed some questions to the report, to the sponsor, and then we had categorized the questions in these 5 categories. We had some general question about the report. We had some about the non-motorized and transit, and then infrastructure, which is, as Alison mentioned, the buildable units, then traffic impact study, and finally, the event day traffic analysis. So the main question we had when we proposed something in terms of the infrastructure is the solution to some problems. So if the 65,000 come to the game, and then in the workday, there's some congestion, and this should be the solution to the, what we built to answer the congestion and remove those, these intersections, and all this you see on this map is all level of service F, and those are the ones is the one we are looking at. Now, the sponsor, last week I asked the sponsor and the consultant to provide us for these questions some answers. For this one, which we said the relation between the demand means the event day on the workday events, the demand is for that, what's the relation between these buildable suggested. So the sponsor told us is section 2, I'm reading through what they send us, is a page, purpose and need, discusses the reason for the improvements. The traffic impact study was used to confirm the improvements meet the need of the increased traffic volumes. So for that, we analyzed, and then we said the report obviously indicates there's a general need for the highway improvements, and even and during the event, but does not explain the specific needs in response to a traffic demand on a weekday event. This map shows several intersections with a level of service F, which is you can see it with a red dot, and looking at it from the traffic engineering point of view, is a gridlock here happening, and I don't know, is it before or after the event day? Then the next question was about pedestrian and bike improvements for traveling to the, from the snow road and to the stadium. And then obviously the response was, they are avoiding the interchange, but the walking distance we measured is more than what the FHW recommends. For the pedestrian and accessibility and ADA accommodations, the map you see there provided this week provided this map, and the map shows stairs on the east and a ramp on the both sides, and we think is sufficiently answering the questions we had on the access to the bridge. Regarding what the demand are and how many people are coming to a stadium and how we do this, this is basically the consultant, we find two tables, two different numbers. And the response from consultant and the sponsor was, it was a typo. In the revised report, they will fix that. And the next one was, how do we determine the rerouting when people come into the stadium or they leave the stadium? How do they divert this? Did they distribute this? And they explain about a paragraph about this, but didn't provide any technical supporting resources, so we can check and see how valid these responses are or distributions are. Mode choice, there were tables about the mode choice. So when we talk about 65,000, so there was a correct assumption about is not a work trip. Most people come when they come to any game or any event, they come family together. So the average was 2.5, which was, we approved that. We used this one for in the different mode choice we use in our travel demand model. So based on that, obviously we are talking about number of cars. So if you very simply divide the 65,000 by 2.5, you get about 26,000. So we need 26,000 parking space around the stadium, which then goes back to the, about 13,000 provided by the site. The rest should be outside the site and access to the stadium. So on this table, is a bit small, we wanted to put to what they send us, but if you look at that, is about, for example, walking to a stadium is 10,000 people. And when I asked the consultant, why is it 10,000? The response was because they surveyed from the downtown and they did, based on that. But I have seen myself from my office, from the window, people they come for a baseball game, they park here because it's a free parking in the roadside, and they walk from here to the stadium. It doesn't mean they walk from home to here. They come by car to the downtown area, then walk from here to the stadium because the parking probably is more expensive. They can't afford, they park here. That doesn't mean the 10,000 out of 65,000 is gonna walk from home, from 20 miles, walk to the stadium to see the game. So that's inaccurate assumptions. And then there was a question of if people want to walk to the residents in the around the area, they want to walk to the bike and walk to the stadium. When they live around in the Brook Park, city of Brook Park, there were some closures and there were some, the roads were closed. And then there was a question of the last time, there's a parking, they can park in a snow road, they can. Again, that's another for safety issues. If they park one side of the snow road, they walk to other side, that should be a dangerous, area, risky for the people to walk from one side to another. And the other thing is one major question is, as I mentioned, we are talking about 12,000 extra parking space we need. And then so far we haven't received anything location of these additional parking. And that's gonna be, we can't complete the analysis unless we know where the people park, how do they get there, and how they walk from there to a stadium. So these are the questions. Hopefully in the revised report, we will get this identified, and then we go from there. Now, obviously, I am not criticizing them as a consultant or any, so we did this is what we are saying based on what we studied and simulated traffic based on our travel demand model is not just for this project. We use that in the last 10 years I've been with NOACA. We have done it for many, many, many projects. So we do that, and we did simulate our modeling team. I asked them to simulate this and see where is the basically. I'm not going to go through this in this, take your time, but just few slides to show you a few measures because we have got detailed information on this. But what is happening on this map, you can see first thing usually we have done it for long range. We do it for interchange. We have done it for SR2 for the city of Cleveland for this road here, and many other projects. Probably you have heard me coming here and making this in this kind of projects results. So what you see here, we usually define the influence area for the project, major projects. So what you see on this map, the blue area, which is a arrow zone area, we call it, is the influence area for this development and the stadium. Now, we run for different periods, 5 periods of the day, the model, and we use their data, the sponsor's data. It comes from what they are developing in terms of residential, office, and even recently they updated and we rerun everything and to get the accurate what is happening there. At the same time, we look at this buildable area, the 6-7 buildable area, the buildable unit they are talking about. So we added that to the network, the model which what we are modeling in a road network. So we did this, and what you see on this slide, the blue shows 2030, no development, nothing. This is just benchmark. We want to compare with something. So the orange one shows when we have got modifications with a highway modification and with a development on this, without any events, just the development. So you can see, obviously, there's a development and a little bit of what you see on this chart is shows on the influence area, the total delay, different period of the time of the day. So for example, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which is the afternoon, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. is a peak afternoon. Sorry, that was midday, peak afternoon. Then 7 to 12 a.m. is a night and a night period. So on this, you can see there's mostly a little bit on there's a more delay, total delay. When I say delay means congestion. So slightly higher we expect because it's a development, it's a major development. There are so many 176, they said the square acres is there. So that's expected. But the most important is looking at the event and look at what happens when we have got event. So that shows when we have got event and weekday event. Again, the Sunday is not important because Sunday the traffic is reduced and it's not like weekday. The most important is when people go home, like myself, when we go through I-71, go home in the afternoon and the game is there and people come to the stadium. So that's basically what you see there. Again, the blue one shows the benchmark and the 2030 for a comparison. Then you can see green one is the development without highway. So, okay, highway, what they have said, the buildable unit helps. But when you look at the exiting from the stadium, 65,000 exiting from the stadium, suddenly compared with what we have got for the evening, suddenly jumps. And that is the time we are talking about, the congestion happens and people probably have got some issues to go home because so is it this indicates that the influence area is more congested? But so what's happening with I go back to my first slide, talking about relation between buildable units and the demand. So if I use the metaphor saying if I've got a headache and I go to doctors and doctor says you can take your vitamins or not, but vitamins doesn't help me with my headache. I need something for my headache. It seems like here the buildable units are not in relation to what the demand, especially on event day, is. Oops. What we are, again, carry on with our study as regional planning, transportation, regional planning, and our team and my team is doing as a NOACA. We are looking at this. If the stadium right now is downtown, and if we go to the Brook Park, and do we gain or lose in terms of the congestion? We have to compare because we are talking about the region. We are not just talking about one location or one. We have to look at, say, right now, how much congestion we have got. If tomorrow this stadium is in the downtown, how much we get that congestion? Okay, if you go move it to the Brook Park, is it going to be benefiting the region in terms of congestion and the travelers coming to work and going? Is that helping or not helping? So this is what we are now. I don't have a result for this. We are just working on this, and we are probably next time I will show what the results are. So carry on, or you want to just, well, there's no financial impact. Action does not approve proposed funding or implementation schedule of the project. Next step would be the NOACA staff will continue forward any comments to the project sponsor and work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues identified during the PPR. And pending a board approval, the project sponsor will be notified that their project has completed PPR. So based on this, the presentation from Allison and myself, staff is seeking the committee's recommendation as the most appropriate action regarding second quarter SAF Y 2026 project planning review, PPR, for this item in the Brook Park area. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Makarachi. Mr. Claypool.
Yeah, you'll have to excuse me, and good job, a very complete analysis. A little hard to follow, very complicated. But here's some key questions. And we had this discussion in the policy meeting about the appropriateness of MPOs to be spending their dollars on certain projects, so on and so forth. So here's a few questions. Who is ultimately responsible for approving this project? This impacts an MPO artery or federal highway. And so it impacts it, but it's not where it appears that the sponsor is funding the entire project. And so therefore there shouldn't be a financial impact outside of we're spending a lot of staff time, which I hope we're being compensated by the sponsor for that. But what is there's a lot of ancillary impacts to traffic in the surrounding communities that I didn't see involved in this whole discussion. But ultimately, who decides this? I see that we're going to vote to approve it, or we'll be asked to vote to approve it. Why are we involved in the approval process? Because I don't think we approve private projects for a private owner on property like that. I'm very confused at this project.
So to be clear, we are not asking for approval of the project in terms of the development. So that is a private development, whether it we're referring to the stadium or the housing or the mixed use. That isn't what we are being asked to approve. What we are being asked to improve are the transportation infrastructure improvements resulting from that development. And precisely for the reasons that you stated, that they are regionally significant as they impact the interstate arterials.
So is the sponsor compensating our staff for spending all this time?
They are not. We perform our analysis as part of our due diligence to present information to our board so they're able to make the best decisions.
Yeah, I personally am of the belief that if we have a private individual who is consuming time of a public entity, they should be compensating that public entity for their time. We do a lot of good work, and we should be compensated for that because we wouldn't do it otherwise. This is not for the need of the public. This is for the need of a private individual. What I didn't see, and you might be able to answer this question, when I was looking at the impacts, the traffic impacts, there's a highway, and I forget the name of the highway that runs right in front of the airport there. And so I saw a lot of traffic study flow and stuff for all of the exits and the ramps off into the stadium off of the major highway. But I didn't, and people are gonna sneak through the back door and come in through all those back arteries to try and get it. It's gonna clog up things for the airport. Nobody's ever gonna be able to get to the airport in the time of a game. And so I didn't see any of those impacts or any recommendations for changes to the arterial highways that are going to feed that are going to be impacted. And I fear there's going to be huge impact to the folks that are trying to use the airport. And did the Port Authority have any input into any of this? Because I think they're responsible for the airport.
To answer the one question about a more regional analysis, that is one of the items that we recommended from the project sponsor, is that they look at the impacts of their development, not just on the city of Brook Park, but on the adjoining communities, and particularly in relationship to the airport. We have not yet received that level of analysis, so we'll keep you posted on that. And then the other part of your question about whether we have worked with the airport, we had participated in the development of the airport's master plan a few years ago. So we worked on that traffic analysis with them. We have not yet been engaged in anything specific with the airport on this project.
So Brook Park is the sole decision maker in terms of whether this project is approved to go forward? Is that true?
NOACA is the approver of the transportation infrastructure components. The city of Brook Park makes the decisions on the.
Project is going to happen in their community.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer regarding the arterial mentioned here? What I showed to you is a map of just for the just highway, but even the consultant, I have to be fair, they look at the intersection for arterials in the area. And we have one, when I said the 3,000 something hours of the delay is not just highway, that was for an easy visualization. We did say highway, all this arterial when we simulate, and as I said, they have done the same thing. When we simulate, we look at all the highways as well as arterials in the region, even up to access road from neighborhood. So it's not just looking at the map, what you're referring probably is the one we talked about. Is just for easy to see the area.
Very good, thank you. Executive Ronayne, please.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. And I want to thank the NOACA staff for your analysis thus far and for engaging the public in these meetings. It's really, frankly, the first engagement that the public has had in analyzing this potential investment in the region. And I appreciate you allowing me to speak today as an ex officio member, just as board chair. I will not be voting, but as a representative of Cuyahoga County, I would like to add to the discussion where it just already started. And if I could ask Dr. Makarachi, can you bring back the slide about development? Yeah, I don't know if the mic's,
there you go.
We good? Better? Dr. Makarachi, can you bring back the development and stadium influence area slide? The one you just passed.
This one?
No, keep going, forward. Yeah,
back one.
The back one. Oh, yeah.
Right, stop.
Thank you. There's two slides I was just going to ask you to take us through. One is just to start here. I know we have representatives from the city of Brook Park in the audience today, but I just need to say publicly, to our region, this project has far further effect and impact potentially on our region than just one city. The project sponsor, Brook Park. As important as the city of Brook Park is, from what I can see from this first map, the cities of Cleveland, Berea, Middleburg Heights, Parma Heights, North Olmsted, Brook Park, Fairview Park, Strongsville, and potentially reaching as far as North Royalton, Rocky River, Lakewood, Olmsted Township, Olmsted Falls and Olmsted Townships. You show just here in terms of influence area, at least a dozen communities in Cuyahoga County. And as you look at our 5-county MPO, without question, this facility is the central transportation facility for our 5-county region, at least as the confluence goes of Interstate I-71, Interstate I-480, and Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, for which all 5 counties of this MPO have commuting passengers in and out of that airport, and certainly throughput through this facility on probably an everyday basis from every one of our counties. So this is without question a regional discussion. This is not a single city discussion as a single city attempts to approach the track. I needed to point that out, and there's another slide, a couple up, where you show further geographic impact, but just staying here for a minute, can you go to the next slide?
Can I just answer your
Yeah,
question
yeah.
here? When we do,
Please.
when we talk about the simulation of this,
Yeah.
we are not talking about just the blue area. We are talking about whole region.
Right.
Even not only 5 county. We do Summit and Portage, which is not in the map because some of our freeways is not, they go to Summit, they come back again.
Right.
So for accuracy, we do whole 7 counties, but the one we look at the results for any specific here, this development or interchange or anything, if we do whole region, 7 county or 5 county, we are diluting the results because maybe nothing happens on the end of the Geauga. There's but so we go back and look at this blue area for the specific results to do that.
I get it, and I think we're making the same point.
Yes.
There isn't a community, a county, a township, a municipality in this region that is not impacted by this project. Just by the nature of, it's the central facility to all passersby from 5 or 7 counties.
Oh.
And in addition, every traveler to the airport, which is multiple counties throughout the state of
Yeah.
Ohio and beyond.
Also, parallel to this, we have got another study, we have got another consultant doing there, we call it Arizona, which has got all exactly the cities you mentioned, and all these cities and stadium and this development part of one of the scenarios, part of that study, which we have been approved by the board to study that and already started, and next month is the first public meeting for that Arizona, which covers this area. You are right, it's not just one city, it's a much more than 6, 7 cities are impacted.
We're vehemently agreeing. I think the point I'm trying to make is that this is a project that has been forwarded by one community for track, but has impact on all communities in our MPO, and as you say, to beyond. Can you go to the next slide? What I see from this slide, and just check me if I'm wrong, go to the next one that has the bar charts.
Next
more up.
one?
Yeah. Is the central graph there, you show a development without highway modifications and you show the development with modified highways. And to me, I see very little change. And
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's right. That's
Right.
what you're observing is the previous slide was just for the development, but this slide is for the weekday event. And usually, based on our assumption, 85%, we assume that 85% they come to a stadium for the between 3 to 7. That's why it's high, the delay. 15% come earlier, but issue is everybody leaves at the same time.
Right.
That's one of my question from the sponsor was, when all these people leave, although probably is not a peak period, but it still is a, congestion and is happening. So we have to have a solution for those.
It strikes me, and thank you for your initial analysis on this, but relative to the enormity of the problems that will be caused with this potential stadium location, this track application doesn't begin to address the enormity of challenges.
Yes.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair, I have a series of questions from Cuyahoga County. I'm sure other counties have questions. I'll submit these for the record and just for point of brevity, read them pretty quickly. But our questions from Cuyahoga County, we'll submit these are, how is the area impact by mega event traffic associated with the stadium? How is the area impacted? What are the impacts of on the Cleveland Airport? What are the impacts on Southwest General's emergency room on Bagley Road that's in Middleburg Heights? How do the infrastructure elements include the project mitigate traffic impacts? Will mega events require event day traffic management? Will entities provide, which entity will provide that? Is the project considering multimodal transportation users? Outside of NOACA meetings, what opportunities have there been for the public to engage with the project? Again, thank you, NOACA, for helping engage. How do we know that this project includes the right improvements? That's the fundamental question from Cuyahoga County, and I'm just asking my colleagues from other counties to weigh in as well. Does this fix as proposed for track application really actually include the right improvements? From this slide here, I see the answer is no. If the project is to receive public money, how will they remedy the problems created for everyone else? A number of these concerns will likely be addressed with further progress on traffic studies, but what is currently being reviewed by ODOT is important. And I want to thank John Picuri, who met with us this week with Director of ODOT. We are not yet through any current level of service and or future level of service analysis, in part because the information submitted to us is incomplete. And I think Dr. Makarachi has pointed out the same thing. We need to understand what the future of level service is. And just as a former planning director and persons who's looked at this with engineers for years, from what I can see from the very early analysis, we will have a fail. We will have a fail on Interstate 71, Interstate I-480, and 237, State Route 237, which is the major primary entryway and exitway to and from Cleveland International Airport. I'm just going to put that out there and hope that we get working with ODOT, and I appreciate the staff at District 12. We need levels of service analysis at current and at future. So again, of these concerns have not yet been addressed. Without clear answers to these questions, how can the board weigh in on alignment with NOACA's mission? And I mean, I think the major point here is this is way premature for us to vote anything through. I think we would be much better off referring this back to the Transportation Committee. And I'm sorry, Shane, you got a lot on your shoulders if we do that. But this needs to go back to Transportation for analysis. To go forward committee by committee just to get to track is doing this region a tremendous disservice, because every person in this 2 million person, 5-county MPO region and then beyond, as Dr. Makarachi said, is impacted by their travel. And our three concerns at Cuyahoga County is the traveling public through this facility, whether they're from Cuyahoga County or anywhere else, will travel on Sunday game days and big event days be impeded, and to what level? And if there is a level that approximates a fail, how are we going to fix it? That's our first concern. Our second concern is impacts on Ohio's busiest airport, Cleveland International Hopkins Airport. Will people be able to get to a flight if they hadn't planned for a game on a Sunday or a big event that they hadn't checked the schedule on? Will they be able to get to a flight? It's a major serious concern that concerns this MPO, as transportation and infrastructure is our highest priority. Will people be able to get to Hopkins Airport? And third, we have a hospital in this influence zone at Middleburg Heights. Southwest General Hospital on Bagley Road will be impacted by this project. Will ambulances and everyday commuting persons moving for healthcare reasons be able to get to their hospital at Bagley Road? Those to us are three fundamental and yet unanswered questions, certainly not answered by this project. When something goes to track, it's got to be big, it's got to be regionally serving, it's got to be impactful, and it certainly has to be of a positive impact. Thank you very much, and I'll submit these questions to the NOACA team.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, Executive Renane. Yes, Councilman Slife.
Yes, thank you and apologize. I just got called up from the minors, so it's a pleasure to be here, but
welcome.
Thanks for your patience as I ask dumb questions. So for context, I am now the chairperson of the council committee that oversees Hopkins Airport. I'm also the local representative of current Ward 17, which is the adjacent area of Cleveland, including the airport. So I'll just kind of echo my concerns that that what appears to be the narrow scope of just the area affected within Brook Park doesn't account for traffic moving into Cleveland, especially onto Brook Park Road and access onto Interstate 480 at Grayton. And I'll point out that any traffic going westbound on Snow Road and then coming northbound on 237 immediately interfaces, prior to merging onto that highway, immediately interfaces with the exit to the airport. So there's no way as the roads are currently structured to even cleanly separate stadium traffic and airport traffic within that movement. And we've all heard, that there's the terminal modernization plan. Unfortunately, traffic at Hopkins will get worse before it gets better, and I can attest that there are times, and I would like to know if a question that I will ask, does this weekday event also account for peak traffic periods at the airport?
Yes.
It
Yeah,
does.
accumulate this, yes.
Because I will note, especially it's and even it's seasonal, but hours, the shift of Hopkins from a hub to no longer being a hub means that there is an influx of flights, especially in the early morning, which probably wouldn't be as affected as much, but especially late at night when there can be a half-mile plus backup of traffic onto 237 seeking to get into the airport, that would also conflict with this area. Within the analysis, I'm curious, because I hear a lot from the residents I represent, concerns about traffic coming through the neighborhood. Have the Cleveland Browns provided as a point of analysis, and I would assume that they could, based on ticket sales, destinations and origins of people driving to games currently downtown? And with that data, being able to speculate to the best of our ability how many people are seeking to go west on 480, how many people would be inclined to come through a Cleveland neighborhood to get up to Interstate 90. I would think that would be a useful point in understanding the severity of the regional impact. That certainly would diminish as you got further away from the location.
The one you're asking is about the table. Earlier on, I asked the same question from a sponsor and the consultant, and that was the data they say is based on server, the people coming to downtown, for example, baseball game or football game here. But one thing is different, as I mentioned in my slides, the location downtown is different to there. That's a different animal there, and the highways are surrounded the site. Here is a different type of the roads and different type of basically here is a destination for many work trips and leaving, like myself, going home. But over there is a difference. So the survey, we had a little bit of doubt about the data based on what they have established their data based on what the survey they had, the sponsor had from the downtown.
Okay. Thank you. And just thank you for that answer. And to echo my concern, I would like to understand a broader analysis of the traffic, a multi-jurisdictional impact. However, I am inclined to agree based on this slide with the county executive. I'd maybe take it one step forward and suggest that based on what we're seeing here, what's being proposed to us, is it moving towards a very expensive solution with no demonstrable impact? The fact of the matter is that if you propose development at this location, there will be traffic. It's not designed for this scale of traffic, and the improvements being proposed certainly don't mitigate it.
Chair, can I just make it one point? Answer the comment on you. We have got, again, is about more than 400 something MPOs in this country. And every MPO, based on my experience working here for more than 25 years, every MPO has got a model, trouble demand model, they call it. Is not we invented here, or is there something but everybody has got, and usually for this kind of projects, they use that to analyze the whole region and not just one specific whole region, and they calibrate the model based on the information we collect from the area. So that's used we have used it for long range, we have used it for long range update, for interchange, for the freeways, for the many different projects. Even many of the projects, ODOT has had an application for a major, fund recently for Innobuild. We simulate that and work with their consultant. So that's the tool we have got to answer your question. And we have developed this for the last 10, 15 years. So the tool is reliable based on the customers I have So I can say if your product is more customer come there, so means it's reliable to you. So that's what we are using that tool for the look at the region in terms of the answer questions like what you asked.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Bobst.
Quick question for Dr. Makarachi. In the report, was there any reference to the changes, the transformation of the IX Center?
Yeah, could you speak into the microphone, Mayor?
Oh.
Thank you.
How interesting that I'd be the one to say, to not speak into the microphone. I'm just wondering in the 1,600-page report, if there was any reference to the transformation or changes at the IX Center and their impact with its proximity to the airport and this project and
Not a specifically IH Center, but they said this development happening there is got some. No, I didn't see that.
I think that is an important consideration.
It is.
We don't know all that's happening there, or I don't personally know what's happening there, but I think it would be significant,
That, yes, that's
especially perhaps weekday. Thank you.
IX Center, airport, these are the things we look at in the model and look at simulate those.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Regovich.
I have a couple questions on this. I'm concerned that we have the cart in front of the horse here. There's a lot of information I feel like we still need to be able to do this. And even though we're not doing anything with the financial back today, it's hard for me to believe that it's not going to be one in the future with taxpayer money. One of my questions is, I know there's major things happening at the airport with the traffic study there. Do we have to redo that traffic study now with this project? If it were to move forward, how does that impact? It seems like it's gonna be a huge impact. So I don't know if that's,
Although I cannot answer on behalf of the city of Cleveland in terms of the airport, it would stand to reason that if in fact we have a new development like the stadium and its accompanying mixed use, that there would be impact to the plan already developed by the city of Cleveland in its master plan. So yes, there would be further discussion and further analysis required.
and we've talked a lot about, everybody leaving at one time from a football game. Now you have a dome stadium that's gonna have many more events. At least they hope to. I would hope that would be okay. So now, when are those gonna happen? They can happen at any time, any day of the week. How's that gonna impact the area? Are they prepared for a lineup of RVs, school buses, at 4 o'clock in the morning to line up and tailgate? We know that happens. So many questions out there in my mind, that I don't know how we move forward at this point to say, okay, let's keep studying it. They need to provide a lot more information, I believe. And it's just a big area of concern. The airport's busy on Sunday. It really is. A lot of planes go out on Sunday, and I've gotten stuck there a few times when they cancel a flight. So I understand. So that's not being from Cuyahoga County. That's my fear of an impact. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. Mayor DeGeeter.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Just want to put this also for the record on taking the Zoom and kind of scaling it back, because Parma obviously abuts Brook Park, and we hope to take advantage of economic development possibilities from there. So from Snow Road, Snow and 130th to the stadium location is about 1 mile. But my concern, and a shared concern, I think some other mayors we've talked, that northeast side of Parma doesn't become a bypass going to those improvements where they're getting off at maybe Tiedemann and getting off 480, folks traveling, and kind of backdoor and bypassing it through the neighborhoods in Parma onto Snow Road or 130th. So if we could make sure that's a focal point on that, I know I'd be very appreciated as we keep moving forward in this planning process.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McCurry.
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, just to reinforce that we are talking about the planning and programming review. We are not approving putting this on the long-range plan. We're not approving putting it on the tip so that it can receive federal funds. So I disagree with kicking this back to the Transportation Subcommittee, because I think there's been a lot of good conversation already today, as well as the comments made by County Executive Ronayne. And I think that we need to forward it onto the entire board so that we can get the entire board's feedback, because as this review is going along, that feedback will be helpful. ODOT, of course, is doing a very deep dive into this because it does impact our infrastructure. And some of the comments that are, being provided are things that we're going to want to look at. As County Executive mentioned, we met on Monday, and the county had some very legitimate concerns about, how are you going to access Southwest General from Bagley and the access to the airport. So those are things that ODOT is taking into consideration as we do our review. And I think allowing this to go on to the rest of the board would be beneficial to get feedback from the rest of the communities that are impacted.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, Council President Griffin.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the spirited discussion and all the conversations. And I agree with, and I started to joke and say this, but, I think Skip made a great point about that there's a larger impact here. And I think everybody else is saying larger regional impact. And I too believe that this should go back to the Transportation Subcommittee, because this is something that we have to be very intentional in the kind of investment we're making into our region. A couple of things that I think that we don't have that I have not heard, just out of curiosity, and Commissioner Ragovich actually brought up a couple of things. There's going to be other modes of transportation like RVs and other buses and other things where people are going to tailgate and not even go to the game. And have we looked at that impact and how that's going to impact the folks that might not be able to get into the parking lot or into the area that sometimes just come into the central business district currently to just tailgate, and visitors, quite frankly, that come from out of town in order to spend into our economy. So I don't know if we accounted for that. And that's something I'll ask a couple of other questions you could respond at the same time. I also did not hear about the residents, because it's my understanding that this is also going to be hotels and retail and residents, and we have not gotten the statistics or information about what that impact would be. People that might just want to come shop at this location as opposed to just go to the game, or people that might just come and want to get the experience of being in the area and have a hotel. But have we looked at that? And then have we looked at the workers? We know right now when you go to a Guardians game or you go to a Browns game, you have to accommodate massive amounts of parking for the workers. So I know I keep on hearing the number 65,000, but it seems like there's so much more of a foot traffic impact that we need to keep in consideration that I think needs to go in front of the Transportation Committee. I also think that it was a good point that my colleague, Councilman Charles Slife, mentioned. Last year, when we had many protests, I think we all determined that the arterial access to the airport is very limited, to the point where protesters were able to shut down the airport because they were able to shut off pretty much one or two arterial access points. So we know that we have some structural problems there that we need to look at. The other thing that I'm interested in is this is a regional impact. We're not just looking at that area and that impact area. You're going to have people coming from as far as Youngstown, Columbus, and other places where, as the county exec said, there's going to be other choke points. I could see a confluence taking place, and this would be up to ODOT right at the Route 80, 71, all those kind of interchanges. That's something that we also need to keep into consideration. So I think that there's so many more ancillary impacts that we really need to send this back to the Transportation Committee. We want to just see Cleveland be successful. I know that it's a lot of antagonism regarding where the stadium should be. That's not the reason that I think a lot of us raised these questions. We see it, we are making a $2-point-something billion investment in renovating our airport, and we want to make sure that it remains competitive and viable. And if this project does move forward, as all of us vow to, we want it to work for the region. So these questions are born out of legitimacy, not trying to be antagonistic, but just really trying to focus on, eventually, as Commissioner Ragovich said, we're going to have to make some kind of financial investment or recommend it for a financial investment. And we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence for the taxpayers of the region. not just the city of Cleveland, of the entire region. So I recommend, as county executive said, that we send it back to the Transportation Committee to be vetted further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. I want to make sure I hear from everybody. Mary Beth, Ms. Fike.
Just have a question. If we're just making an approval up to the board for the end of the PPR process. We are not putting it on the tip or the STIP. That's what is that true? And if it isn't going on the tip and the STIP, what are we approving? And when does it get on the tip and the STIP?
Could you lean into the microphone a little bit, please? Thanks.
From what I was just told, I'm trying to figure out what we're doing in the process. We're completing the PPR review process. But we're not putting it on the tip and the STIP. When does that start? And when does it get on the STIP and the tip? And there's an $80 million plus tag now. I'm sure it'll go up a little bit. And I know that the tip and STIP have a 10%, like a percentage where it has to be amended. So what are we approving up or not? And what actions are taken in the future?
Sure. So today's action is for PPR. So that's a project plan review to ensure, as Executive Ronayne said earlier, that we have allowed for public debate on the issue to ensure that the project details have been explained, that there has been analysis, and that the various levels of participation have occurred, including public participation, stakeholder participation, the committees, staff analysis, et cetera. The plan and tip amendments would come later. The tip amendment is an amendment when you have funding. So you don't get into the tip unless it is a funded project. It is now not currently a funded project, so that would come when it would get funding. In terms of the plan would be the next step. So if this goes through the public process and is accepted by the NOACA board, then the next component of the process would be to add it to the long-range plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Slive.
Thank you, and sorry to speak twice. Just two clarifying questions, and thank you for holding my hand along the learning curve. If this moves forward as presented, there was a slide that showed 10 or so failing intersections. If this were per NOACA's analysis, if this were moved forward as it's proposed to us, what I want to understand is, would say if Grayton Road and Brook Park Road, which is State Route 17 but not maintained by ODOT, or Bagley and Engle Road, which is State Route 291 but maintained by Middleburg Heights, if those were failing intersections post-development based on what's being shown today, would Middleburg and Cleveland qualify through the tip or whatever for improvements to those intersections, or would they become, for lack of, I'm sorry, it was just north of Brook Park, it was the interchange entrance. Would they become, for lack of better words, an unfunded mandate for impacted cities that because they weren't included in this level of the analysis? Do you understand the question?
I do, and I would concur that there would be concern for the future impact. And to answer your question, it would be the latter. It would be an unfunded mandate. NOACA would not necessarily provide funding to address retroactively any issues associated with this project or development. And to be clear, what we are approving today, or what we're asking for review for today, is the 7 buildable units that have been proposed by the city of Brook Park. So it does not include any other infrastructure improvements relative to adjoining communities or further out. Those have yet to be specifically identified, and a solution has not yet been developed for those. Those are things that we would still need to analyze, whether it happens before the project is built or after. Those impacts will be real.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. And with that answer, I also agree that it would be prudent to pump the brakes so that we are understanding the full regional impacts and understanding how we are going to fund those regional impacts so that we are not placing, whether it's Cleveland or any other community, a sizable and expensive infrastructure project that we could have anticipated on the forefront. My final question, and I believe this would be best to you, Ms. Galucci, is in a lot of the airport planning process, was proposed a limited access connection between I-71 and the airport, roughly along Snow Road, that would create a more seamless entrance to the airport if you were coming, especially from the south. That is not part of Cleveland's plan. That is sort of a supplemental project to it, but I know that NOACA was engaged with it. And I am curious, based on what's being proposed here, would this development or this presentation of a development preclude that access point into the airport? And do we need to understand how those two things would need to coexist or determine their inability to coexist?
That's a great question. I don't have an explicit answer. I would concur that there needs to be more analysis on that to ensure that anything that we do at this stage in terms of infrastructure improvements do not prevent any of the plans in the airport's master plan.
Okay, and please remind me, did that idea for that limited access, has that gone through NOACA and come before the board or any of the committees?
No.
Okay. Because just for informational purposes, that if only the direct intersection of Snow Road and I-71 was being proposed essentially a full like highway to highway interchange, that would be directly in conflict with what's being proposed in that one build unit. So those, I don't see a way that even just at that location, the two ideas could coexist. They have to engage with each other to some degree. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Serby.
Thank you. I had a question, and I'm not sure if it's best answered by RTA or the City of Cleveland, but it's my understanding in regard to the proposed transit station, new station, that as part of the airport master plan, that the station would have to be relocated that currently exists there because of the new terminal. So is there any clarity on a proposal for a new stadium that's outside of this airport as part of this plan versus what is proposed inside of the master plan for the airport?
I'm the RTA representative. They're two distinct stations. So the airport, we just had a presentation to our board on Tuesday. The airport station is being done as part of the airport master plan. And the station that you see in this proposal is the Brook Park station. So there are two different stations and they would both be operational.
So the current, what's the distance between the two, I guess, and the proposed location of this one and then the airport? Do you know? I don't know.
It's about a mile or so, and the airport goes underground into a tunnel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Claypool.
After hearing a lot of this discussion, and it's been a great discussion. I think everybody made a lot of good points, but it's pretty clear that we've, as a board, we're incumbent to get enough information to be able to pass that on to the board appropriately. And I don't think we've got enough information. So I'm going to make a motion that we table this, send it back to the Transportation Committee until we answer some of the questions we've heard around here, and then we can move forward.
Okay, we have a motion to table and refer back to the Transportation Subcommittee. One moment. Hold on.
I just would, if I may rephrase your motion for the most correct statement. What you're proposing to do is recommit because it came from Transportation Subcommittee. So you would like to recommit to the Transportation Subcommittee, and I would suggest you include some instructions for them since they did previously hear it and then recommend it up.
So
Could you hear me? I'm so sorry. I have to, okay. If I may, I want to correctly phrase the motion that you've made. What I'm hearing is that you would like to recommit to the Transportation Subcommittee. I say recommit because it came from them. They had previously recommended it to this committee. So you would like to recommit to the Transportation Subcommittee, and I would suggest that you include some specific instructions to them, since they did previously recommend it coming to you, so that they have some guidance about what it is you're looking for.
So in that regard, I'm going to revise my motion to recommit to the Transportation Committee and ask them to gather, I don't know how to properly phrase this, to do more due diligence to answer some of the questions that were posed in this meeting today.
If I may interject as well, in the previous action by the Transportation Subcommittee, they recommended it to Planning and Programming with the condition to include the results of the traffic analysis by ODOT and NOACA. And it is clear, based on the discussion today, that that has not fully occurred.
So Executive Director Galucci, massaging Mr. Claypool's motion, are we then asking, or should we be suggesting then that the motion to recommit would be a motion to recommit with the instruction to further review the additional results of the traffic analysis and continue work on the analysis of the review of that traffic analysis?
That would seem reasonable. That was the intent of pointing this.
So motion.
Okay, so Mr. Claypool therefore then motions accordingly. Is there a second? Mr. Dever seconds. I think we can do limited discussion on that motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I know the mayor's been standing here. I don't know if we make comment or hear
Can we-
from
can we
the
do
applicant.
Yes, we can recognize, is it Mayor Orcutt? Yes, Mayor Orcutt, yes, if you care to speak, you may have the floor. I know we have this motion, but I would nevertheless do that, so Mayor Orcutt.
Certainly. Thank you very much and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Brennan, Executive Director Galucci, thank you very much. I will be very frank. I thought that, as a stakeholder, that we would actually be able to weigh in on some of the conversation before a motion was made. So I will make that clear to you that we didn't come here today to do nothing more than be able to help present.
Yeah, I'm not going to limit the scope of your comments here in deference to
I
that, so
completely understand.
Please go ahead, Mayor.
I would just ask that there be a reconsideration to this motion and allow the city of Brook Park and the architects to be able to present.
So is it possible, I mean, maybe it's more appropriate for them to present to the Transportation Committee. Has that already occurred? Because that would be more appropriate. The Transportation Committee is responsible for evaluating to know that we've got enough data to move it forward to this board for us to move it then forward to so I would assume the best place for that, and I apologize to you, you probably should have been invited at the beginning to be able to present here today, but it may be more appropriate to present that to the Transportation Committee. And so I'm looking for thoughts on that.
The Transportation Committee had a presentation by the consultants, by NOACA, and by the Brook Park team. That's what, and if you look at the packet, there was discussion about tabling it then to get more analysis. That's why we conditioned the approval up to this committee for traffic analysis. But I've also heard about community impact, about community engagement. If you're going to if you're going to send it back to us, we need to, I think community engagement has to be involved as well. But yeah, we had the same discussion. I'm wondering, what do you want us to do about it? We've had this, we'll have more presentation. Obviously, the mayor and the consultants have been working with us and providing this information, but please give us detailed instructions so we can proceed if that's where it goes.
It seems to me, if I could.
Yes, Mr.
It
Dever,
seems
go
to
ahead.
me that a lot of the points that have been made today from neighborhoods that are going to be impacted as far out as West 130th Street or over on Grayton Road and Rocky River Drive, those items are the specifics, I think, and then what's happening at Southwest General Hospital. I think we need that deeper analysis. So I'm in agreement with the motion. Obviously, I've seconded it, that it should go back to transportation. Let's get into the meat of it. these 6 buildable units that were identified in the document itself, that's good. That's a good starting point for the overall project. But I think we all understand this has a significant impact to all of Northeast Ohio.
Okay, Mayor Holtzheimer Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I heard right. The model or the typical analysis that both NOACA and other MPOs use when they look at a project like this, when they look at a new exchange, when they look at an off-ramp, any major project has not been completed.
Staff has not completed an independent analysis, no.
And is that typically we do that when we review large projects?
We typically work with the consultant as they are developing their analysis to ensure that all of the proper protocols have been made and that they are in alignment with our analysis. Again, this report was just provided to us about 3 weeks ago, and although staff has been working with the consultant and we're very appreciative of that interaction, I don't believe that it is complete.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I understood that because I think that's the piece that's important. That's the piece that we rely on when we look at how does this impact the 5-county area? How does this impact the project is looking at their own specific project. Our job is to look at the impact on the transportation system at large. And so if we don't have that analysis, and that's what I would recommend the Transportation Committee look at, is that independent analysis that what is the impact to the airport, to the region, and the transportation system.
Thank you. Executive Renan.
Just agreeing with Mayor Gale, we need that. Going back to Commissioner Regovic's point, just the way he said it, the cart is before the horse here. And without the data that Mayor Gale mentioned, and frankly, with our partners at ODOT, without level of service analysis of current and future level of service projections, how are we to judge anything about this project without the data? I think that's Mr. Claypool's point too. So we need more information at a committee level. And I would say once again, from Cuyahoga County, I think what Mayor Gale just brought up begins to get to the issues that Councilman Slife brought up, Mayor DeGeeter brought up, Council President Griffin brought up. We need to know what the impact on streets are in the cities adjacent, Brook Park. And then we need to know with those impact cities in the slide that you brought up, Dr. Makarachi, of all those communities, a dozen plus in Cuyahoga County, what are the circulation patterns? I, for one, think we actually need a meeting with those communities in the community, away from here. And that could be NOACA, the county could assist, somebody. But there needs to be, I noticed the NEPA meeting October 28th, but there's no formal public input process as far as people being able to get to the mic and talk. United Auto Workers nearby and others. We need a community meeting to deal with community circulation issues that is informed by levels of service analysis. I think we need a, specific to the Transportation Committee, a meeting, a focused meeting with Cleveland's Hopkins International Airport representatives. It's nice to have the council committee chair here today. You need the director and others that can weigh in on and understand impacts to their business plan at the airport. And third, with the hospital CEO or their designated staff and perhaps the mayor of Middleburg Heights, we need a meeting with Southwest General to understand impacts in an area that we've already seen from ODOT, some initial impact on Middleburg Heights' Bagley Road, Southwest General Hospital. Those three things, community impact as adjacent communities go and throughputing communities that are in this entire region. 2, impact on airport as informed by level of service projections. And 3, hospital disruption. I think this body is capable of helping convene those meetings, but you're not alone. We can work with you on that. This is nothing against Brook Park and the mayor of Brook Park, and as many times as he can come to speak, I would encourage that. It's just this project as planned, one, as Commissioner Regovic said, is the cart before the horse because it's not solving, as was demonstrated by the early analysis of Dr. Makarachi, it's not solving a problem. And there's a greater problem that we as NOACA need to address. And so for my money, this particular track application is just the wrong application. And if we cannot guarantee that Cleveland International Hopkins Airport will not be adversely impacted by the stadium location as proposed, then we should not support that stadium location by way of support infrastructure. So again, there's a lot of work to do, and I think you're doing the right thing to refer this back to the Transportation Committee. But from Cuyahoga County's perspective, since this is located in the county, specific stakeholder meetings with communities adjacent, a specific stakeholder meeting with the hospital, and specific stakeholder meetings with Hopkins Airport, which serves this entire region and all the communities of this MPO, would be helpful, informed by level of service data, current and projected.
Just for clarification, Executive, the community engagement piece you're talking about, is that something that you envision happening at the Transportation Subcommittee level, or is that something that would happen at this level?
I said at the outset, Chair, I appreciate NOACA for hosting these meetings and doing the due diligence it's doing and the staff work. And as the gentleman, Mr. Claypool said, and not getting paid for it, but it appreciate you doing that as a public service. There has not yet been in this region a public meeting beyond NOACA for persons to give their input about this project. People who work nearby at the auto plants, people who work nearby at the hospitals, mayors who have concerns about circulation in their community. There has not been given, we've not seen yet a public meeting that should have happened in the Ohio State Legislature, that should have happened when the state was looking at the budget, but didn't happen, and has not yet happened anywhere in this region except for this place. There will be an October 28th NEPA hearing at Brook Park. I'm glad they're hosting it, but the public forum says it's informal with no formal presentations. We need formal presentations with data from ODOT, from NOACA to the public, such that the public can weigh in on the future impacts of their community and advise us as to whether or not we should support this project in total, the infrastructure and the project itself as proposed in Brook Park.
I would suggest to that point that NOACA partner with the city of Brook Park to develop a public forum to be able to invite members of the public to speak on this project intelligently with information.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
If I may.
Mayor Orcutt.
Through the chair to Executive Director Galucci, those have taken place. I've met with most of the mayors of this county and have had, not that they were public meetings with the mayors, but we've had many meetings with the mayors. And I'd just like to reiterate that we would like to respond to these comments. And if you would reconsider to take that motion off the table and allow us to be able to respond.
Oh, Mr. Claypool, you made the motion. We've heard from Mayor Orcutt. Would you like to rescind or withdraw the motion and hear the presentation, or would you like to take a vote on the motion? Yeah, Skip, could you speak in the microphone, please?
Trying to keep it quiet. What's the nature of the presentation, sorry? I mean, how long is it, are we gonna be here another hour, and what's it gonna cover?
Well, as important as this project is, I'm available all day. At the other committees, what we would do is we would be able to present, where the city is as a status of the studies that have been done. So we are willing to be able to answer any questions that you have. The only questions that we cannot answer today were the slides that were shared with you from Dr. Ali. Those were not provided to us.
So my guess is you wouldn't have the data to talk about traffic impacts around the airport, all the surrounding arterials, and so on and so forth, impacts to, or any kind of a SWOT analysis on the impacts from a fiscal standpoint on each of the communities surrounding. My guess is your presentation wouldn't cover that.
That is incorrect. It would. And all that information has been provided.
I guess I'll leave it to other members on the board.
In fact, if I may, I'll just follow up and say that we've had very good dialogue. Davie Resource Group Eric Smith has been working very well with the traffic study with the folks at the airport.
What I think would be helpful, that you have not yet presented to the other committees is specifically, your, I guess, summary or analysis of the traffic report that was just provided 3 weeks ago. So your perspective on that and how that would address some of the concerns that have been raised, I think would be the most appropriate.
We agree with that. With us today, we have Dennis Albrecht from Osborne Engineering that has provided all of the answers to the questions from NOAC. And if you would allow, I would like to have Dennis come up here and be able to provide the information that was provided to NOACA. That wasn't presented today.
I'll leave it to the other board members. I mean, I'm lukewarm on that idea, but if others are willing to sit here and listen to the presentation, I'm willing to do that. If not, then we should just move the motion forward. So what does the group think?
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Dever.
As seconding this, I would suggest that it does go back to transportation, get into the more detailed discussion on it, and then we bring it back at a later time. So I really appreciate the mayor and Mr. Albrecht coming in to try and answer this on the fly. But I think as of right now, I think the committee, just from my general viewing of how people are expressing themselves, there's a deeper dive that we need to go to. And this was a good start of the discussion, but let's get it back to transportation and have the larger discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it would seem, and to Mr. Claypool's point and to yours as well, Mr. Dever, that, we could take a vote on this motion and folks who want to hear the presentation will be voting against the motion. Folks who would rather see the Transportation Subcommittee do a more technical review with this presentation will vote in favor of the motion, thus having the presentation there. And it also sounds as if there are some things that Dr. Makarachi brought up today that wouldn't be covered by today's presentation, but could be covered by a presentation delivered later to the Transportation Subcommittee.
So with that, let me just call the question.
Very good.
I've
I'm
been
sorry,
waiting
I
very
didn't see you,
patiently to
Mr.
speak,
Picuri.
So I'd like to make a couple comments if I could.
I would, yes, you have the floor, Mr. Picuri.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate, this is a project planning and review, and the purpose of this is to get comments and input from people. And I feel like kicking it back to the Transportation Committee and having them hear pretty much probably the same presentation as they heard before, which we did not hear, is not really going to be that valuable. I think that the project sponsors should be given opportunity to present it to the entire board. And between now and December, I would expect that they would have some answers to a lot of the questions that have come up here and the questions that have come up that at that time from ODOT and from NOACA.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Picuri. Mr. Claypool called the questions, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I think maybe a roll call may be more appropriate. Let's do a roll call.
Mayor Alai. Yes. Vogt. Mayor Brennan.
Yes.
Mary Serby.
Yes.
Mayor Kuda.
Yes.
Mark Cunningham. Mayor DeGeeter. Keisha Chambers. Yes. Michael Dever.
Yes.
Alan Exley. Mayor Gill. Mayor George. Councilman Griffin.
Yes.
Charles Slight.
Yes.
Martha Fields.
Yes.
Don Picuri.
No.
Commissioner Regovich.
Yes.
Skip Claypool.
Yes.
Okay. I have 16 yes votes and 2 no votes. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss anyone? Anyone? Okay.
The no's did sound louder to me. Okay, very good. Motion carries, matters referred back with the instructions. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is second quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendments. Sarah White, presenter.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah White, and I'm a senior planner with the programming team. Today, I'm bringing our request for second quarter state fiscal year 26 plan and tip amendments. This item was recommended and by the Transportation Subcommittee, and we are asking that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee. Quickly, just showing again the chart of how we move through our amendment process, and now we are requesting amendments to the tip. So the first slide of our proposed amendments includes 3 roadway and 2 bridge projects. These projects are currently programmed and do not include NOACA funds in the amendment request. So we do have a project from the Village of Woodmere being added to the tip, a project from the City of Paynesville, and then 2 ODOT projects that we're requesting the engineering phase be added to the tip specifically, and then a City of Mentor project that would be advanced from our long-range plan onto the tip. And then the next 2 slides are specifically transit projects. So here we have 6 projects from the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. The 6 projects are requesting amendment, my apologies. Requesting amendment to add funding to existing projects. But I do want to note again that these projects are not affecting our direct allocation budget of NOACA. So these are funding additions from other sources. So we do have a rail project, roofing project, an IT program update, bus and rail preventative maintenance, and then additional funding for RTA's light rail track rehab. And then the final 6 GCRTA projects on this slide are also proposed for tip amendment due to addition of more funds. Again, these are not adding funds from NOACA at this time. They're from other sources. So we have additional funds for our rail car replacement, track rehab for the red line, rail work and equipment replacements, HVAC system improvements, bus preventative maintenance, and then lastly, a signal system. So in total, the cost of the proposed projects amended to the plan and tip is $20.5 million. And then the total cost of these projects from start to finish is around $232.5 million. And again, just to reiterate, funding committed and or planned for these sources are non-NOACA in this request. So from other sources, including FHWA and FTA, which is administered through our partners at ODOT. So pending board adoption, the amendments would be incorporated into our plan here at NOACA and the statewide tip amendment in January. So our request is that you recommend this item to the executive committee so that it could be placed on the December 25 Board of Directors agenda. And the request is for the second quarter state fiscal year plan and tip amendment.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Mr. Dever, second by Mr. Eli, or Mayor Eli. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Exley.
Yes, concerning the State Route 44 interchange project, we're looking at adding PE costs into there. That will be NOACA funds, is my understanding? What I'm going to ask is that in coordination with that project, there's also a realignment of Jackson Street, which this will outlet onto, that will have to be designed to work with this project. And right now, we have $4 million in construction funds, but we don't have any PE funds associated with that. Is there any time available that we could request some assistance with PE to be able to do that design at the same time? So that we can coordinate these two projects and have these roadways align and have this whole thing work together?
Normally, NOACA does not provide funding for PE. I would imagine that is why we specifically provided construction funds. But we are certainly willing to have a conversation to ensure that we can all be coordinated on the efforts so that when you are ready to proceed, we have our funding ready.
Okay, so this, the Paynesville money is not NOACA money for PE?
I'll ask.
That's correct. It's not NOACA money.
Okay, thank you.
And we are aware of the possible coordination with the realignment, but specifically this request is just for the interchange and making sure we get that money on the tip. But we certainly can talk together and make additional amendments.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. McCurry?
ODOT has some involvement with this project as well, so we will definitely coordinate with the city of Paynesville and with the county engineer on this project.
Okay, very good. All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion is approved. Thank you. Next is item C, CY 2026 Highway Safety Performance Measure Targets. Presenter Kessa Turnbull.
Good afternoon, and thank you for sticking around. I know it's been a long day. So we are asking that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the December Board of Directors agenda, and we are recommending a 4% annual reduction for calendar year 2026 highway safety performance measure targets. Those of you who were here last year may recall that we adopted a 3.8 annual reduction for 2025, so this is a slight increase. First, let's start with what an equal annual reduction looks like. In this graph, the estimated fatalities are displayed on the right axis, while the percentage reduction is shown on the left axis. The years range from 2024 to 2050 at the bottom, and you can also see that 2026, with its target, is circled. The orange line shows the number of fatalities reducing year by year until finally reaching 0 in 2050. The white line represents the annual accumulated reduction, which increases steadily until it reaches 100% reduction in 2050. However, the green line is what's really interesting, in this graph, if it decides that it wants to show up, that is. What you'll see is that in the beginning of the years, it decreases fairly slowly and it increases fairly slowly and steadily, but then as the absolute numbers reach 0 at the end, it starts rising exponentially right there until you finally reach 100% in 2050. Using a rolling average of the last 5 years of data, the equal annual reduction methodology calculates the yearly reductions needed to achieve 0 by 2050. Since the number of fatalities decreases as we approach 2050, the percentages increase each year. The annual reduction, are you still hearing me? I feel like I just cut out.
Oh yeah, no, we can hear you.
The annual reduction percentage depends on 2 consecutive years and not the EAR values. The EAR values increase if the rolling average for each measure increases. Unfortunately, this happened except for all of the measures except serious injuries in 2024. You'll see that for fatalities and their rate per 100 million vehicle miles traveled, They are set to decrease by 6.6 and 0.051 per year, making their 2026 targets 159 and 1.23. The serious injuries, like I said, actually decreased from 2023 to 2024. So their ear values decreased from what they would have been to 50.9 and 0.4 per 100 million VMT, making the 2026 targets 1,222 and the rate 9.46. And non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries increased, making their new ear value a 6.8 reduction per year, and the 2026 target of 163. Over the next few slides, we'll discuss some potential reasons why these numbers were heading in the wrong direction for so many of the measures. We'll discuss the reasons behind these numbers in the next slide, but first we want to provide some historical context on fatalities in the NOACA region. Going back to 2012, you can see that until 2014, we were making slow and steady progress on decreasing deaths on our roadways. Then through 2017, there was a steady increase, followed by a decrease in 2018, and a sharper increase through the COVID period. As roadways began to return to normal in 2022, there was a slight reduction, but it has been climbing steadily since then. Now for those reasons we discussed. This first red line is just the same fatality line that you saw on the last slide. This orange light reflects how VMT has evolved over the years. What to notice here is that pre-COVID, it was rising slowly but steadily before plunging during the pandemic when everyone was staying home. It's been gradually rebounding since then, but it still isn't as high as it was in 2019. Finally, this green line represents a rough approximation of the average speeds during this era. From 2012 to 2014, we can see the slow and steady improvement discussed in the last slide. Now I'll tell you that sharp increase we discussed was when smartphones became particularly dominant and texting and driving became a real problem on the roads. However, then hands-free technology became significantly more common and crashes and fatalities dropped down again. After the decline of the VMT during COVID, speeding just became a rampant issue. I'm sure that anyone in this room can emphasize it is legitimately terrifying to drive on a lot of roadways nowadays. And we had a bit of a dip between 22 and 23 when congestion was starting to return in the area as things were getting back to normal. But the truth is, it just wasn't enough. And speeding has just stayed stubbornly high since then. And combined with a societal epidemic of road rage, aggressive behavior, distractions, and driving under the influence, we are just seeing our fatalities moving in the wrong direction. So once pending board approval, the long-range transportation plan and transportation improvement plan safety-related targets will be updated. And once again, we are asking that you recommend a 4% annual reduction for the calendar year 2026 highway safety performance measure targets to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Thank you for your time and for leaving a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Motion to approve. Yeah, Director Serby, second by Mayor Lai. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Director Serby.
I just want to thank you and the team and everybody who worked on this. If you remember last year when we were in this particular situation, we got a recommendation from another committee that it was only about 2 and some percentage, and we fought very hard, thinking it was very important. If we were to get to 0, we increased it to the 3 point whatever it was. So to know just in that short time, we're now getting to 4% if we really do want to hit our metrics. I just want to commend all those involved on working through this.
It was an excellent example of the system working and rather beautiful.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is Medina County FPA prescriptions modification request for the Villas at Hidden Lakes and Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township. Presenter Sarah Stanzi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi. I'm a Water Quality Planner 2 here at NOACA. Today, we have one FPA modification for your consideration, and that is the Medina County Facility Planning Area, or FPA Prescriptions Modification Request for the villas at Hidden Lakes and Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township. So we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the December 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Specifically, this request involves a change in prescriptions affecting two parcels totaling 84 acres within the Medina County FPA. The first parcel is approximately 50 acres. The proposed change would update the prescriptions from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. And the second parcel totals 51.24 acres, of which 34 acres would be changed from areas served by on-site systems to currently sewered, so that the entire parcel is uniformly designated as currently sewered. As for previous action, this item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee. So just in the interest of time, I won't repeat myself here, but the main takeaway is that the affected party is Medina Township, and all notification requirements have been fulfilled and all parties are in agreement. The main reason for this is just to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers for the villas at Hidden Lakes and the Stonegate subdivision. So here are our maps. Attachment 2 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions maps. The parcel ending in 001 is the parcel for the Stonegate subdivision. And the parcel ending in 002 is the parcel for the villas at Hidden Lakes. And as you can see in attachment 3, we're changing those prescriptions to currently sewered and sewers expected within 20 years. As for our next steps, following NOACA board approval, NOACA will submit the resolution to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor, and then we will transmit copies to the appropriate agencies. And again, we are requesting recommendation of this item to the Executive Committee, which would change the prescriptions for two parcels to currently sewered and sewers expected in 20 years to allow for the extension of sewers for the villas at Hidden Lakes and the Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township.
Very good. Could I have a motion to approve? Motion by Mr. Dever, second by Mayor Bobst. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Guys have it, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'm going to suggest that we forego till another day the presentation item of the Lorraine East 28th Street Corridor TLCI updates. Love the city of Lorraine, but I think we'll have to wait on this one. Thank you. Are there any other reports or updates? Is there any old business? Oh, yes, Mr. Rely.
Just very quickly, I would appreciate next time that we start at the end of the alphabet every time we go to roll call votes. Just have a good weekend.
Yes, very good, very good. The guy with the B also appreciates that. Any new business? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Okay, motion by Mr. Exley, second by Mayor Holtzheimer Gale. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Next meeting to be determined in 2026. Thank you.